Welcome everybody back to some more RIFTBOUND streams. I've actually been playing a disgraceful amount of RIFTBOUND off stream. I've made a new promise. I'm banned from playing RIFTBOUND off stream for now. Card Market sponsor this stream. Thank you so much to Card Market. It's the biggest online marketplace of trading card games in Europe. I've been playing a secret deck off stream, which I'm not going to reveal. Unlucky, because it's a deck I'm testing for regional qualifiers, and I'm paranoid, and I like to keep that quiet. I think the main reason I won my best of Teemo was because my Teemo deck was better than everybody else's by fine margins, and my deck kind of carried me, even though I made some mistakes. You know, I could have done better, I think, with the deck. I think that I finished 70th at that event, and I think the deck was good enough for a top 8. I really do. So I'm paranoid because I'm streaming. I want to keep my deck secret, somewhat, but I just can't help but like want to perfect it. But I've now banned myself for a while from playing off stream. We're back. I think Nasus is really good, by the way, and the deck that I've considered and cooked with is not necessarily guaranteed what I'm going to be playing at regional qualifiers. It's the front runner, but I've got to say, like, honestly, Nasus, really good. I haven't played Nasus for a few days. I've seen a few other builds, some of which I like, some of which I don't. I'm very opinionated when it comes to deck building. Of course I am. Of course, I'll be honest, I have a bit of an ego when it comes to deck building as well. And that's okay. That's fine. So we're going to build the deck. We're going to stand some games. I'm not actually sure exactly the rules that Riot have for like third-party ladders. Because there's like some discords where you can play like some more competitive games, basically. And I think one of the problems we've had on the streams is that the quality of opponent has not always been great. And I think that just doesn't really lead to the best viewer experience. So I found a way to try and increase the quality of opponents that we play against. And we're also going to be playing best of threes. So sideboard is going to be really relevant. And we're actually going to be playing RIFTBOUND best of threes in a somewhat competitive setting. That's the plan. Again, I'm not actually sure the exact rules, so I'm being a little bit coy, but you get the gist. I think it's fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying it like this. I'm pretty sure it's fine. If it's not, someone would please message me. So yeah, basically, I also watched Mogwai play this deck yesterday a little bit. Mogwai's awesome. I love his content. And there was like one thing that I think he definitely got wrong with his deck, which is he was cutting retreats down. I didn't watch the end of his stream, but he cut retreat down. He started with 2 retreats, then went down to 1. And also he was only playing 2 Steel Paws. For me, like, this is the best card in the deck. Retreat is just an absolutely broken card. And it's like the classic deck building trap, right? It's like, when you're building a deck, what cards are actually the most important and crucial cards to your strategy, right? Because then those should never be cut. Which is why you'll always find me when I'm starting a stream on a deck, even though I've built Nasus like 100 times at this point, maybe like 20, I always start from scratch. Because that's just how my brain processes building the deck. I like just going for like the auto-include cards first, and then you don't fall into the trap of like what you see in a lot of deck lists, which is like 2 first mates or like 2 disciplines or so. And I really liked Mogwai's build a lot, actually. He had some really cool ideas. I think the one thing that I just fundamentally disagree with was like not playing triple retreat. It ramps. But the thing is the card is like, I'm just a retreat fanboy generally. I think this card is absolutely insane. And it's kind of surprising, really, if you think about it, it's not played more. But like this 3-card package of retreat, Steel Paws, Scuttle Crab's great. Obviously, Scuttle Crab, we know how good it is. But retreat with Scuttle Crab is unbelievably good, right? Because you move your crab in, you score a point, you retreat it back, you ramp, you get the crab back in hand, you replay the crab, you draw again. It's just crazy. And this card costs just 1. But with Steel Paws, it's also insane, right? Because suddenly, if you're just playing retreat to ramp, usually it will cost you a total of 3, right? You play a 2-drop, you retreat it back, you ramp, you have no characters on board. So you're basically playing like a 3-cost ramp for 1. Well, the Steel Paws, it's only costing you 2, right? You can just fit this into your curve way better. Like, for example, if you're going second, you can go Steel Paws, retreat, Steel Paws. So you ramp and still get a character on the board, which is absolutely, if you think about it, that's so insane. It's so broken. Like, no other color combination really can do that unless you play like Determined Sentry retreat or like Determined Sentry with Mobilize. And this guy's much better than Determined Sentry. It's a deflect 0 might guy that can move back to battlefields and has so much synergy with this deck. Like, this card is so good. I absolutely flipping love this card. I think it's one of the best cards in the deck. So, like, that for me is, like, absolute auto-include. Now, Find Your Center is the other ramp card. We're going to play 3. Discipline is obviously Discipline, so we're going to play 3. I think, like, the Watcher is the best card in the deck in terms of, like, the Nasus synergy, right? It costs you 7. And if you're playing Watcher, you play Bellows Breath, right? The question is how many Bellows? A lot of lists I've been seeing have been on 2. I'm just full sending or 3. And I'm also a big believer of the Heron as the other card. Yeah, the deck kind of builds itself somewhat from there, right? We've got the Defiers, the Disciplines, the Heron. I'll still post like a full guide probably with like gameplay from this very video. Not so far, like basically the Heron is like the key card, has loads of synergy with hidden cards as well, so we're going to want some hiddens. So like I think Hourglass is just a 3 of, to be honest. I think Back Off is very good. I play at least 1. I would probably like to play 2. And then Premonition is like the other card. I just think with Heron is just too good not to be playing the full set of, to be honest with you. Maybe you could play just 2, but I think you're going to run into some games where you miss stuff. Now back to Retreat, right? Retreat plus Watcher. Like, oh my goodness. Crazy value. Like, and not to mention this card is like at reaction speed, so you can even do some shenanigans where you bait your opponent into, you know, overcommitting into something and you just retreat it back, ramp, get the card back on your hand. Like Retreat for a Watcher, you get the Watcher back in hand, you basically just get an extra copy of Watcher for like no reason, while this is also just unbelievably good in the early game. So absolutely crazy. Now there's 5 slots left. I'm pretty big believer in not so fast in this deck, in the main deck, and quite possibly a 3rd copy in the sideboard for like Aurora. Speaking of Aurora, we're going to want some gear removal. There's this new card, Barbara, which is probably the best bet into Aurora. It's just a 4 for 4. When you play me, if you control 7 or more runes, choose an enemy gear. If it's empowered, disempower it, otherwise kill it. It's also going to be good against Baited Hook. It's also just something to play on curve, right, to contest the board. What else am I missing? There's something key that I'm missing in this deck for sure. We can take a look at the older list. Is there any other hidden cards that I'm forgetting about that I like? I do quite like Consult the Past. Emperor's Divide is very good. Temporal Breach is very good. That's for sure. I don't really love any of the other hidden cards. How's chat doing, by the way? Hi, chat. Let's pull chat up. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. It helps out a bunch. Some guys are saying that Heron is bait and Sprite Queen is better. What are your thoughts? I mean, yeah, I think people saying Heron is bait is... I definitely think there's like 2 routes you can go. I do think Sprite Queen's very interesting for what it's worth. But I think Heron's very good. I really do. I think it's like been my best performing card. But let's do some more testing, right? Let's do some more testing. But yeah, I'm a very big believer in Heron. I think the card is exceptionally good. A lot of people that I see are not playing 3 retreats, and if they're not playing 3 retreats, I wouldn't really take their opinion. I mean, 2, you know, like, I don't know, you know. There's a lot going on with this deck, but like the Heron for me, I just don't see any reason not to play it. Oh, we also need another 2-drop, right? So I think Clockwork Keeper is better than Octopus. It's good with Retreat. You want like some extra bodies to retreat, and then we have like 1 flex slot probably that we can decide upon what that last card will be. But then we need to think about the sideboard. We've got gear removal. I think Charm I need to play on the sideboard. Also, like, imagine not playing this card. This card might be the most broken card in Riftbound now. This card is so unfair. I think it's actually a huge mistake, and I think that this card should be banned immediately, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. I absolutely despise it. The card is so unfair. I'm probably going to make a whole video on how unfair this card is. But just to give you an example, right? There's not many orange units with Deflect, right? There's not many. But all of them are totally unplayable now. Totally unplayable. So, like, okay, you've got Kiana, you've got this guy, maybe the Marcia, he's obviously still playable. But, like, look at Poppy, right? It's like, not a great card, pretty fair, right? 5 for 5 with Deflect. Well, suddenly, against blue, she's, for just 1 energy, costs like 0 stats without Deflect against this blue decree. Like, what the heck, man? It's so unfair. Or a Rengar is suddenly just 1 might. Oh my goodness. I do not think it's fair. I'll probably make a whole video on it. I think it's probably going to be a big, big issue for the game. if I'm honest. I think we play Sabotage. We can't play Sabotage. That's the wrong colors. That would be why. I was like, that Sabotage sounds nice to do with Aurora. I think Charm is probably a card you need in your sideboard at the very least. Remember, we still have one slot available in the main deck. I mean, you would imagine we're playing Decrees. They're just kind of broken. The question is like, how bad is our matchup into orange? Maybe it's good, right? Like, it's actually going to be good against the Aurora gamers too. Like, honestly, this card is so good, it's kind of hard to argue against playing 3 of the things. The card's so broken. And I am worried about Aurora. I think I would like to play the triple charm in the sideboard. This sideboard is like pretty rigid. Like, we don't have Emperor's Divide here, which I think is a pretty good card. Let's like now use this opportunity. This is how I like to do things. I'm going to make sure I don't accidentally reveal my secret deck. But if we go back to look at the other Nasus list, what's different? We have like, yeah, the back off as the second. Wind Wall in there as well is something that I think can make sense, but I don't know that it's necessary with Zhonya's Hourglass. I'm not too worried. I think I might just go for this setup, honestly. I'll probably edit this one because it has a few likes to like just update. I just like that process of building the deck. For me, it's like the best way to really identify what do I actually want from the deck. I think I'm going to remove the Turn to Dust and just bank on Barbara. Maybe we could play 1 Turn to Dust. But yeah, I haven't been playing Decree. 3 sounds like a lot, but I don't know about the card. It's so unfair. It's unbelievable. It is just absolutely busted. 3 is a lot, though, I will say. So we have like 1 slot, probably. Do we want a 3rd Not So Fast? Is that necessary? I think a 3rd Not So Fast would be nice against the Dragon decks, right? Emperor's Divide is definitely a good card, but I kind of have not loved it. And then I guess the main question is like to back off, I think. I think we'll go for this. I like these battlefields. Let's save this deck and let's start playing some games, shall we? So here is the deck list, guys, if you want it. Lecturing Yordle. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Breach. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I agree with that. It's definitely a good card. It's definitely a good card. I don't love the Breach, I think. I can pin this comment, right? Pin. So guys, if you do like the deck, please give it an upvote on Piltover Archive. I guess it probably helps. I'm also going to make sure I delete my secret deck from my deck list. But yeah, I haven't played this in a few days, and I've actually been really excited to play more. So yeah, we're going to give it some proper testing in a semi-competitive setting. Where is it? I'm very confused. How do I do it? Give me a moment. I feel like I just did something wrong on the Discord here. I can't find where I'm supposed to be. There we go. But yeah, any questions, guys, on the deck? Please let me know. Any thoughts, any feelings? Ravenbloom. Easy pause on the VOD and enter the URL to find your secret deck. Really? I don't think so. Maybe though. But yeah, I don't really like this battlefield, to be honest. The Altar of Blood, honestly, not convinced by this one. I think it's kind of bad. Is there something else we could play instead? I would say that's like the main one thing that I'm very unconvinced by. Bandletree could honestly be fine. Singularity. I could see it. I can definitely see Singularity actually. I've probably forgotten Monument, right? Yeah. I don't really like the I think the other battlefield might honestly be quite detrimental at times. Whereas like stopping opponents from scoring aggressively is probably better. Yeah, I don't know that I like that one that like both players can ramp, you know? Not convinced. It's fine, I think. All right, let's do this. Where's the camera position? I think like here, right? Wish I could move my desk up a tiny bit more. I'm too tall for my desk, guys. I don't really know what we're up against. We're up against Diana. We're playing sweaty games, guys. Long gone are the days where we just queue into things that's wasting everybody's time. I want some higher quality gameplay on this stream. It will keep me playing for longer too. I don't know. We don't know if we're going first or second. Probably we want this going second. Let's just play this first, whatever. I'll go first, please. Okay, so we have ramp. The main question is like, I don't think we ever keep back off. So the main question is between like Steel Paws or Clockwork Keeper. You would imagine that Clockwork Keeper is the better keep. But also with the Emperor's Dais, is that even true? I don't know. Probably. If I hit retreat, I will regret that decision. But you would think just playing a 2-drop. Do I sit down? I don't know, maybe. So they go for their Diana. And we're just going to go Bing. Pick this up. They can obviously use their Diana here, but they don't. I will pay 1 to pick this up and get a Sand Soldier. And I will ramp. Ramp achieved. That's step 1. Moonfall in hand. So one thing we've got to be really careful of with Nasus here is, and it's going to be a big part of the gameplay loop of playing this, it's like, how does the Nasus legend actually resolve? Now we're at 7, right? We could just play a Watcher to base, ready to, but not do anything with the Watcher. We know they have Moonfall in hand though, so we probably just have another turn where we don't do much, sadly. They're only at 1 point. I think it's probably just like a setup kind of turn for us, right? If we had Heron, would I even want to play Heron to base here? I'm not sure. I think like basically playing the Watcher, if I had Bellows Breath, we could maybe consider it. They still have 3 open as well, right? So I think it's more like Scuttle Crab. There's the Heron. It's definitely not a good turn for us, I'll be honest with you. But there we are. Maybe we could have just played the Watcher still. Can't say I'm happy with how this turn's gone. Did we play the Clockwork Keeper? I don't know. Maybe we should have slammed the Watcher still. We could Clockwork Keeper, but we're going to deramp. If we play this, I don't know. Really bad turn, I'll be honest, guys. But if you think about it, if we didn't ramp, we would have had a similar kind of turn here anyway. And the Watcher deramps us. That's what I was most concerned about, to be honest with you. And they had 3 open as well, right? And the Nasus trigger. So probably like, this is actually a really important point. The Nasus trigger, right? If I'm at exactly 7, I go Watcher. They can react to both the Watcher ability and the Nasus trigger with a star-crossed. So while it looked pretty bad, it was actually quite calculated. Now, one thing I'm not sure about is I don't think a Sand Soldier unit is a card, right? It's a unit. So I don't think it counts as playing a card. Certainly that's going to be the case with the new rules. I think that's still the case. I think we probably just want to bounce this back to hand for a Sand Soldier. We're now going to play the Heron. They only have 2 open, so they can't star-cross us. And it's not a combat, right? It's not a showdown, so... So our next card costs 2 energy and 2 power less. So we could play like Clockwork Keeper at base here, for example, and draw. So I guess we do that. Now I'm going to hide the Hourglass for certain. I do have a Defy in hand. I think it's fine to hide the Hourglass. Let's go for a blue one. We're also at 2 points, right? But yeah, it was really important that we didn't just slam the Watcher. They had 3 open, right? And basically, if I slam Watcher, I trigger my Nasus, I go for my Watcher ability, they can react to that with Star-Crossed. So actually, even though our turn was quite unimpressive, I think it was quite a crucial decision. Something you have to be extremely wary of with this deck is that your Nasus Legend can be reacted to, and that you might not have a window of opportunity to defy things if you're not careful. So the plan here is, okay, so Hui moves in. If we flip the Hourglass, that will be the first card we play. They go for Gust. I'm of the opinion that that's probably fine. Let's think on it. We could flip the Hourglass and defy this for free. I think there's better things to be defying, right? So let's say, I think we just say, okay. Probably we're going to maybe consider even retreating the Heron here. It's like, we can basically go like Discipline for free, defy. But also we have this, right? So I'm going to say fine. I am then going to flip the Hourglass, which resolves. And then Heron effect, play my Discipline for free. So this goes to 9. Draw. We can now, of course, defy if we so desire. The question is, do we want to defy this, or are we actually fine just using the Hourglass? Smokescreen's pretty expensive for them. Kind of the impression we might just defy it, honestly. make them do something else, and I still have the hourglass, so it's not like it's an issue for us really, right? Okay. Stupefy. This is a fantastic trade for us if this goes through, because we keep the Heron. And again, it's like a really important part is the hidden card, right? The hidden card, especially the hourglass, so good. And also like hiding back off would be very effective in this kind of position as well, right? But it really, the thing with the Heron is I'm investing into it. I'm playing 3 copies. I'm playing lots of hidden cards. I'm playing Premonitions. I'm playing Bellows Breaths. And I'm really building my deck around this card. And for me, it's absolutely fantastic. It kind of turns us into an Annie, right? Like the Nasus effect is pretty good, but this card and the synergy with Nasus that it has, I think is what really unlocks the deck's potential. You suddenly have a lot of resources. You can deflect and things like this. Ride the Wind on Hui. Okay, so they're going to move it back to base, then bring it back in. But I mean, it's expensive, right? It is expensive. We got Ride the Wind, Smokescreen, Gust from them on this combat, and my Heron is just going to come back to base from the Hourglass. Unless they, I mean, even if they can't turn to dust it, right? It doesn't happen immediately. It wouldn't matter. And of course, we've got the Watcher, which we've been saving, ready to go. They're also at the point where they don't have enough open to Starcross on the Nasus trigger. So despite one particularly underwhelming turn, we're still in a pretty good spot. They discarded the Moonfall to draw. They move again. They now discard a stacked deck to draw again and then Stupefy. Sure. But another Stupefy gone. 1 open. Hui stuck at the battlefield. We've got Watcher in hand. We've got Heron ready to come in because of the Hourglass. But they're going to pick the way up. The tempo loss is unbelievable. The tempo loss is absolutely unbelievable, guys. We are in such a good spot right now. So, it's probably something like Heron. What's interesting is I definitely want to take this Diana out, right? But there's not a particularly easy way of doing it because I want my Heron to be played at the battlefield. Do I care about Heron being played at the battlefield? It's going to reduce the cost and I don't play anything for Premonition. It's like basically Rockfall Path's quite bad for us, right? You have to imagine the Heron goes here, right? That just seems a bit too good to be saying no to. But then I can't really follow up with the second Heron at the battlefield immediately. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we don't even need to. Maybe it's Nasus at base, right? It would be nice to score here, to be honest, as well, and get some point pressure. But maybe point pressure isn't what we need that much of at this moment in time. Maybe just like Nasus at base is fine. We're always going to do this, right? That's just a no-brainer. So we go to 3 points. I don't play Stupefy, so I can't easily get over this, right? I could Bellows Breath it. To be fair, repeated Bellows Breath, no, ignore me. I mean, I could watch a Bellows Breath, take out both. It's pretty expensive though. I mean, I'd probably rather use the Bellows Breath for something different, right? So the first card, we pay the full price. My gut feeling is we just go for the Nasus here. And then we pay like 1 for Premonition. It's actually really tricky. I can't play the Rockfall Path here. I could... Yeah, I can't get the Heron to this battlefield. So let's go for... I think it might just be Nasus, right? Trigger Nasus, ready to. Now Heron effect, the next card we play costs 2 less. And a powerless, so let's go for Premonition for just 1 power. Draw 3. Okay, now we're cooking. We're going to trade, right, the Clockwork Keeper for this. There's not really an efficient way of trading up on that one, unfortunately. Which is a bummer. It would be really nice to score this very, very easily. We could have done so with like Watcher. We could Bellows Breath it. Decided not to. Maybe we should have. We'll have to see. We might regret this. It's basically me saying that I don't care that much about points right now, and I'm playing the long game, but it isn't without its risks. I think it's fair to say. So now the decision point is, well, we always hide the hourglass, probably for a green, but maybe a blue. I think for a green with this hand, right? And then the other decision is, how much do we actually want to leave open? Like, can I play a scuttle crab, for example? I think I can play a scuttle crab. In which case my ordering is absolutely horrendous, because I should always be drawing first, then making decisions. So we went for a slow turn here. You could have played conquered left side with heron, played heron there. Yeah, we could have done that. We absolutely could have been more aggressive this turn. And I might live to regret it, right? We had a really, really good turn here where I could have gone heron to the left, watch it accelerate, bellows breath, clear their board. I absolutely could have. Instead, I made a controversial decision to play a lot safer and a lot slower. Now, I would like to retreat my scuttle crab, to be honest with you, but I might have missed the window of opportunity to do so already here. So I might have done goofed. Fair enough. But we do go to 4. I definitely should have retreated the scuttle crab. I mean, they got 3 open, right? But we have defy ready to go. Unless, if I empower this, they can star-crossed immediately, right? So I have to be really careful. I can't really empower the Nasus in this position. Unless I flip the hourglass first. That's the play, right? I flip the hourglass now. If they try to then counter this, well, I just laugh in their face because I empower it. Alternatively, what we might want to do is try and get this way out of the equation. I don't think we need to too much, though. Again, the big question here is, do I care about the point pressure from Nasus? And, well, kind of, because at this point, that extra point is going to mean that we're just a turn away. The thing is instead of going for the extra point, maybe the better play here would be to just score aggressively, right? I think I like the watcher play, but I'm still importantly going to go for the hourglass first, because this means, because this means then my watcher costs less, which means I still have enough open for defy, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because of heron. Trigger Nasus. We ask if they want to react, and we're all good. So we're ready to. I definitely want to try and bellows breath the way, right? The question is, what do we actually move in with here? You would imagine it's the watcher. We have to be careful. I mean, we do have defies available. Smoke screen is something we know they play. I think we're fine to just go in with the watcher on its own. We want to leave the Nasus at base, right? We could also like move in with the scuttle crab first just to get information. That could be a reasonable line. Let's go for it. So ride the wind. Stupefy, smoke screen. They don't have any way of protecting this way, which is really good for us to know. Like, this way is getting absolutely cooked. The only thing they have is smoke screen. This is at 1 currently, right? They could also flash it, but that's good for us because of bellows breath. They could ride the wind the way. So probably the ordering here should be, if we go for the bellows breath first, just repeated here, they don't have a way of reacting, right? None of this is reaction speed. So that is really good information. Get rid of that Hui. Otherwise, they could have, when we move in, gone for ride the wind. Now the question is, I mean, I haven't taken a screenshot. Okay, I just take screenshot. So they have four available. Obviously we have, this is just where it is important to just be very careful. We've already got the Heron reduction. Moonfall's at action speed. I don't want to like walk into it. 4 open. I have Defy. We could send in both. I'm not really sure there's a big downside of sending in both. I'm a bit nervous that I'm going to walk into something here. They're at 1. This is like 2, 3. Ah! Panic! I think we just send this one in, right? I think it's fine. We find out. I could have walked into a trap here. I'm having a bit of a panic that I'm taking too long and I haven't really worked out my plan. The flash was kind of what I was expecting. The question is, do I want to defy it? It does deramp us. But I think I would like to defy it. I can ride the wind instead, but that's fine. They also deramp in this case. So we go to 5. We should hide a card. We're really low on resources, so we do need to be careful. You would imagine we're fine. We want to hide a card so I can not so fast off of the Heron. The question is, where do I hide the back off? Probably here. We deramped a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not ideal, but there we are. I'm definitely not too happy with my play this turn. I kind of panicked. It's definitely something I need to work on, is like that calculation phase. For sure. I'm actually not sure if this is worth hitting with the not so fast, because what we could also do is just play retreat. If we go not so fast, I have to reveal the back off. So I think we're just going to retreat the Watcher in this case, and then we can still use the back off for something else later. So now I have not so fast for free. It's the only thing, unfortunately, in my hand I could play for free, but there we are. But we can actually win next turn with an empowered Nasus. I can't because I don't have enough runes for it. Rip. Something went a little bit pear-shaped here, but we'll see. I definitely think it wasn't the cleanest of play like the previous turn. I don't know. We're learning, that's for sure. I think a big issue of mine is like in that spot, I just panicked about the calculation. I probably need to have like a method of actually like, whereas my panic kind of just led to, yeah, not resolving much. A big problem for us here is that I didn't have one more rune available, right? If I had one more rune available, I'm winning this turn. So I probably have messed something up there at some point, right? I think it's fair to say. So, and also the Heron doesn't reduce the cost of Nasus, which is important to note. I mean, if we can somehow deal with the Hui, it's GG. I don't have Charm in main deck, which would be the main way. You would imagine the best bet is to just stack battlefields I have not so fast in hand. I have back off hidden. We could go Nasus, Heron. If I go Heron, I have 5 open. We could also Watcher. They can react to this, so it's important to give them a window. Ready to double Heron effect. So the next card I play costs, well, a lot less. 4 energy, 4 power less. So I can't play the Watcher, right? But I can certainly play the Find Your Center for free, although it would only cost 1. I guess we could also play the Clockwork Keeper for free. It's more power, like a more expensive effect, right? We're just going for the hold. Draw. Play Find Your Center for 1. Is it ever possible that we should just be doing that in an opponent's turn so we can trigger the Herons and Bellows Breath, for example? Not so fast. It's possible. I think I should. Let's see. I'm a bit nervous. We just need to hold one of them. Oh, wait. Did I mess up the Zonias of Crab? Classic. I'm doing that a lot. So I should have a crab. That's something I have to be really careful of, right? Like the crab was good information, sending it in, but the hourglass was a disaster. I think the most important thing here is if I deramped by 1 less, they wouldn't have been able to play as safely. I think the really key thing about recognizing why this champion is actually very good, it's not actually empowering the card. It's the threat of empowering the card that's so powerful. It's a big reason I'm a big fan of Power Nexus, actually. It's very, very similar concept. Power Nexus, the value in that battlefield isn't actually the act of paying 4 to score a point. It's the threat of doing so because your opponent has to respect it. So here comes the Singularity. They target Heron. They target the Clockwork Keeper. So this is where we're going to pay. We can't do Find Your Center, actually. So we'll just go not so fast, right? Bam! That should be GG. And then we reveal the back off. I mean, actually what we'll do first is go Find Your Center because it's free. And then the third card we play will be a back off. And no hand information with the crab since it didn't die. Oof. That's really, really bad. Thank you guys. I kind of cheated this game. We live and learn. Live and learn. That's not good though, for sure. Okay, that's a really bad start to the stream in that sense. We've got to be really cautious of that. Thank you guys. It's actually one of like the most important things of this deck to consider, right? So do we want to bring in a not so fast? I think we might. I don't know that I care about the charm that much. What would I bring out to fit the third not so fast? Maybe a 1-drop. I think I'll be a bit greedy and drop a 1-drop. We're going second, you would imagine. So let's go for the Forgotten Monument. What's a good deck? There's lots of good decks. Nasus is pretty good, I think. Hard to tell exactly how good it is, but my impression is it's pretty damn good. I really do think it's solid. The big problem, I think, for Nasus is Aurora. But we do have Not So Fast, and we do have Barbara and Turn to Dust if we want it. Okay. Ramp. That's good. I think it's actually discipline that goes. Maybe it's not so fast because we play 3 of them. Bam! The steel paws! Ugh! And this is why, oh my goodness, this is why you have to play 3 retreats and 3 steel paws without question. Whoops, that goes there. Look at this, guys. I just ramped and I have a guy. I have a guy. Maybe I'm not going to score my own Forgotten Monument. This is a battlefield we're testing for the first time right now. Looking a little bit questionable right here. Would you say Mel solid? Yeah, definitely. And pretty cheap. It's pretty cheap. Mel's really affordable, actually. I think Mel is very solid. So difficult to play against, honestly. Like, Rebuttal is obviously a card you're definitely going to want 3 copies of, but it's not as expensive as I thought it would be. And everything else, you can just play like Hui package, basically, right? No! Bro, just... Double? Really? Okay. Double? Double? Power cost to remove my steel paws. I'm not sure that was worth it, but there we are. This is why I considered dropping the discipline, but this is fine. Just pay 2 to draw 1. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Retreat's a pretty good card. We've ramped twice, guys. Look at the rune disparity. Unbelievable. This guy's cooked. Does this game have any aggro decks? Yeah, it does, for sure. Ornn is pretty aggressive, I'd say. I would say aggressive decks are always present in the game, but often underrepresented. But also, like, aggro is maybe... I think aggro losing Arena's Greatest is actually a really big problem. It's really hard to find a good aggro deck at the moment, I would say. So they only have 1 open, which is really important, which means we can safely play the Nasus. So we're certainly going to do that. They can react to this, so we give them the opportunity to do so. You would think we should just hold the 2 up for the not so fast here. Ramp without units to ramp for. I mean, our chosen champion. With deflect too! And a not so fast in hand. Is Renekton any good? There's many things, many words I would describe Renekton with. And any and good are not 2 of them. Renekton is the opposite of any good. It is any bad, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty pants. So they have 4 open, which is a little bit scary. You would imagine the correct play for us is to go in and on Diana. Do we ever play like an Hourglass first? 4 open, deflect 2. We welcome if they want to try and cook us. Voice crack! If they want to try and cook us, pay deflect 2 and I'm not so fast it. The game is looking very, very bad for them. Flash. One point. Also trigger this. Now, I want to try to draw something to trigger my Nasus with, right? Because the hand's awkward that I don't have that. The problem is like, obviously I can go Scuttle Crab, draw, still have enough. Do you ever, like, deramp for the Premonition? Probably not, to be honest. Bro, but imagine the Watcher Bellows Breath here. Like, they are absolutely asking to be Watcher Bellows Breath. That's where I play 3 Watchers, 3 Bellows Breath, guys. I guess we just go for the Scuttle Crab, right? Like, the Premonition, honestly, is actually tempting. We have no sign of Heron. I don't quite want to deramp that much right now, though. Do we play Scuttle Crab to base, or do we play it with the Nasus? Probably with the Nasus, right? But then we have to be careful about not playing an Hourglass, but hiding one, which I don't really want to do, but it is what it is. Nah, let's just play it here. Okay, so we don't have anything to get the Nasus effect through, so let's just play normally. Find your center. There's the Watcher for the next turn. We can deramp one for free. I think we'll play the Clockwork Keeper to draw. I think it's fine. Discipline's nice. Let's still hide this. So we basically are only at 11 runes next turn instead of we could have been slightly higher. Oh, we're ready 2 as well, right? Yeah, okay, maybe I could have played it slightly differently. Could empower Nasus. That's true, but I don't think it's worth it. I think that would be a bit too greedy. That's true, though. We could have. Very, very true. I'm not sure we really care that much about empowering Nasus. I'd rather use my runes on resources, even though this wasn't a very impressive use of runes, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, you can cheese that with the Scuttle Crab's Death Knell. So we almost certainly should have put the Scuttle Crab here. But there we are. After this game, I want to go grab some more coffee. I just got a new coffee machine and I feel I'm going to be unbelievably caffeinated today. Okay. They have 2. I mean, Clockwork Keeper. Let's just send the Scuttle Crab in first, right? See what we're working with against the Diana. We don't have the Hourglass down, importantly. So there is Flash, there is Smokescreen. It's like, we basically are just fully expecting them to slam the Smokescreen, right? Sorry, the Flash. Draw. Still no sign of the Bellows Breath. The Heron won't be the first card played this turn either. That's important to note. Let's go in. It's going to be Flash. They can try and Smokescreen. We could actually just let it honestly go through. But you would imagine it's just going to be the Flash. If they do Smokescreen, there's a decision point on if we want to not so fast it or not. And we probably do, right? So they're actually going to trigger their Diana effect, which I'm really surprised by. Okay, wow. So they want to save their plays for the following turn. What was the thought process in rebound away from Specimen? I don't know, man. I'm still called Specimen on Twitch, and people still call me Speci, but I don't know. I'm 30 years old. I don't like people calling me Specimen too much, you know. I play physical card games now, and when I'm casting, I go by Joe Curley, so I figured it just makes sense to go by my actual name. I wanted to have Joe Curley as my actual name for a long time anyway. It's just, I was a teacher, so it felt like maybe not the best idea. So, I kind of like Heron here, I think. I could see us pulling the Nasus back. We're going to play the Premonition for sure next turn. I think, anyway. It's a bit awkward with the Clockwork Keeper, maybe. Don't hate the steel paws. The problem here is like, I kind of want to... Kind of need to be able to not so fast and premonition next turn with the heron. Do we pull the Nasus back? I think I will. I invite them in. And we pass. But I still like being called Specie. Lots of my best friends call me Specie, so it's not like I don't like being called that. I don't know. I just figured like it was probably time. You know, I'm 30 now. So what they could do, they could be a bit cheeky. And with my hourglass, they could like move the Hui over here first. But we've kind of made our bed that that's fine. It would still like use up a... Okay, they go acceptable losses, which is obviously at action speed. So that is going to cook that. We knew it was there, of course we did. I would never forget that it's literally in their hand, right? But we still get to play this for free for 1 power. Sadly, we don't have anything else to make this awkward for the Hui here. Can you discount Nasus in power with Heron? You cannot. Heron is only cards played, not activated abilities, unfortunately. Which is a shame, but... The thing is here, they were only at 6, right? So I could kind of make this play. We've finally drawn the Bellows Breath. We could kind of get away with this. We're probably going to chase some information with the Scuttle Crab. They are going to be readying 2 at the end of the turn. It's definitely a dicey position, but it's not over, you would imagine. You would imagine there's a chance of pulling this off still. We have to be careful of Ride the Wind on their turn. They're going to ready 2. I mean, our play is going to be pretty simple, right? We've got 12 runes. Oh my god, are they really paying the deflect cost? Bam! Denied. Very important card in this deck. I play 2 in main, 1 on side. So, very, very important card. They just deramped 3 to do nothing. Can't feel good. Again, importantly, we don't want to give them any opportunity to do some action. Flash is, I think they should have probably have left the Hui elsewhere. Okay, they go for another one, fair enough. It's definitely scary. We can't not so fast that, but they are all in. They are all flipping in, mate. Yeah, I still play Defy. Yeah. It's just really important for this deck. Like, you play big boys and you kind of lose the game if you're not careful. So Flash is quite scary. But the important thing is they haven't done anything with the Hui, right? It's obviously accelerated Watcher every time here. Nasus effect. I don't want to give them opportunities to play Ride the Wind, right? I have to just do this first. There's no freedom for me to be flexible there. They can only play Flash right now. No, I have to Bellows Breath first because they could Ride the Wind otherwise, and then I lose the opportunity to take out the Hui. Now, the thing here is, it is really important to clear both, right? And I have the not so fast. The problem is, I think I might just lose actually, right? I think we lose. I think it's a loss. Because I basically have to top deck exactly Defy. I think that would be a fair assessment of the situation, right? Which I do have 3 in the deck still. Defy! Woo! What a feeling. This guy is only 1. Ho 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 ho! They're always going to play the smoke screen, thinking they play the flash. That's kind of coping. They know they have to win this turn or it's over. We had to play it like this. What? They play flash when you could smoke screen? That's crazy. What's the logic? Am I still supposed to defy it? Yeah. At the end of my turn, I'm ready to. Do we need to hide any cards? Probably not, right? Probably don't need to deramp for no reason. Gust, that's true. If we hold, we win. So how do we hold? I mean, the main thing is not to get double conquered, right? It's actually the only really important thing here. I mean, you have to imagine it's either Nasus or Steel Paws. There's an argument the Steel Paws is slightly better. Steel Paws leaves 1 open, we ready 2. We could then not so fast. Whereas if we go Nasus, we can still not so fast. And we get 1 extra stat. So I'm just going to go for the Nasus here. Smoke screen is okay. That's true. Doesn't give it to a minimum of 1. Okay. So we're still actually fine with that. That's good to know. Thank you. Fizz comes through. Starcross, the Watcher, you would guess. Not so fast. OP card, by the way. 2 in main deck. The 3rd came out of the sideboard. You can see why. Absolute MVP of this series. Why don't stack power? I mean, you could. My logic here is I just split it, and it's like I only have to hold 1. So like, rather than going all in on 1 battlefield and letting them commit every resource, I'm just making things awkward for them. Maybe it's a mistake though. I think there's an argument it could be. I could see the logic of just stacking 1 in this position. But I'm basically saying they have to send resources to 2 different battlefields with my line here, right? It's actually not looking good. Did we lose? They still have the Diana. I think they have to go here with this guy. He can't target again. Oh yeah, thanks. Thanks, guys. GG. I don't know if they did. But they shouldn't have conceded in this position, right? Because Ravenbloom moves in. They have this. Smokescreen gives -4. But yeah, the Starcross was the problem, right? But like, Ravenbloom moves in. Bing, bam. GG. That was fun. We definitely, like, kind of made an egregious error game 1, unfortunately, which is a shame. He recycled 1. They had 2. Needs 5 might. Well, right, because the Scuttle Crab would survive. Do you have to put 1? You need 1 damage still for Scuttle? Sure. Okay, so he moves in with the Ravenbloom. He smoke screens the Ravenbloom. Nasus goes to 4. Ravenbloom goes to 4. Scuttle Crab survives. The Scuttle Crab! OP! Broken. And let's think about it. Okay, so there was a big question. Why do I split the battlefields? If I had sent everything in, I mean, they probably misplayed this, right? They probably weren't supposed to conquer here, right? I guess they were trying to draw an out, but like, I don't think there's a better out than Smokescreen. I prefer TCG Arena, to be honest. I have no issues with it. I don't know. I think TCG Arena is a bit safer with the right terms and conditions. That's the only reason. I guess both are fine, though. I'm just used to TCG Arena. Do you guys think there's a big difference in viewer experience between them? I just do it out of habit, mainly. I will be right back. I'm going to go get coffee and use the loo. My bad. I beat myself. Guys, so I just saw this. I'm wondering if it's official. Palify app. First sneak peek at our PvP online game engine for Power World. Works cross-platform, mobile, desktop. Team is working hard to get this out to you ASAP. Still working on a few mechanics. It's all free. We're looking for community art. Is this official though? That's what I want to know. Is it official? Power World official card game. Playtest, collect, build decks, scan cards, price checker. I guess that's the big question, is like, is it official? I'm guessing no. But if it's official, that's so huge. Imagine that, bro. Like, online clients are crazy good for viewership as a creator. Power World's like a pretty interesting card game. It's like, I don't know. Basically, the main mechanic behind it, I think it's not official, right? The main mechanic behind it is that it is like there's no summoning sickness. Okay, we have a game. It's nice to have some higher quality gameplay on the stream because it's much more exciting, it's funner to play, and it's better to watch. Still have to see how we feel about Forgotten Monument. We're up against Rengar. I think this is fine for game one. Not sure if it's better going first or second. I need to think about it a little bit longer. I kind of want to keep both of these. I never really want to keep either of these. So there we go. Oh, the Clockwork Keeper retreat! What a gamer. Look at this guy ramping on turn one. I did one game sitting, standing. No, I did one game sitting. Seems fair. Like, the main reason, to be honest, I even play the Clockwork Keeper is so that I can retreat it. Like, if I didn't have retreat, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't even play this guy. I mean, if you didn't have retreat, you'd probably have to have a slightly better strategy generally, but there we are. Nidalee at base to D-ramp. That seems like not a great play, if I'm honest. Not going to draw off my Clockwork Keeper. Maybe we could have held it in hand to like draw, but later, but whatever. Let's just get some bodies down to contest. Now, we have triple Orange Decree in our sideboard, which is so degenerate. But my goodness, is that going to pop off in game two? Like, there's no doubt we're bringing all three of those bad boys in. I think it needs to be banned, this card, actually. And it's so unfair. The blue decree is just so unfair. The thing is if the orange decree was equally as unfair, you could make a strong argument that it's fine because they only impact each other, right? But the orange decree is just so mid. I'm not really a big fan of it. Now that's an interesting position. Conquer, pick this guy up. Push this guy back. I mean, the Heron doesn't really do much for us with this hand, right? There's actually an argument it's better to go Nasus here, honestly. I don't want to play to battlefield. Okay, that resolves. I think I go Steel Paws here, replay the Steel Paws. I'm just going to score here. But I do like let them get a draw from Nidalee, so maybe it's bad. But then they get... Nah, that we do, because they draw off Nidalee either way. They also have this Fey Folk, which I'm kind of underestimating. Awkward hand, I think it's fair to say. I think it's fair to say that it is an awkward hand. The Nasus is 100% the right call though, right? This Feyfolk can target it, but it's going to be a deflect 2 cost. Nidalee draws. Good card, especially in Rengar, I think. It's definitely where it's best, right? Because it's essentially a 3 for 5 with ambush that can draw. My nickname for this guy is the Orange Kaiser. Both of these guys have deflect as well, right? But they could go Feyfolk, pull the Sand Soldier here, but then the Feyfolk would die, so that doesn't sound great. Poro Inferno. Yeah, buff the Poro, so that's fine. Can't say that I hate the position. Okay, they get Inferno back. That's a cute play. Get a Sand Soldier unit. Doesn't look like they're going to try to go for the Nasus play. I mean, Steel Paws has deflect. They get to draw though. It's a lot of deramping though. Steel Paws, what a job it did, mate. What a brilliant, brilliant job it did. Like, yeah, okay, it died, but they deramped. I think we're extremely, extremely fine with that. They have 4 open still. I actually have got very, very, very little experience playing against Rengar. Very little, but it's always Watcher here, and it's always accelerated. They can react to this trigger. This is not 5 anymore. It's very much 1. I am really unexperienced against this deck. Punch first is, of course, a thing. Thrill of the Hunt, punch first. So this would go to like 5. It would go to 10, which would trade with Nasus. I think I want to like split. So I'm going to go like this with discipline. They already deramped a fair bit. We double deramped this turn, of course. Inferno comes through, which puts the Nidalee back. Yeah, sure, because of Starspring. Could be a rough turn for us. We've definitely extended. I mean, we've got another Watcher to follow up, right? So we haven't found the window to get the Heron down just yet. It's been a weird hand. We actually had an opportunity to get Heron down, but we had no like benefit from it, right? Because our hand is just units, which is quite an like. Bear in mind, we are really, really built around this card, right? We've got 3 premonitions, we've got hourglasses, we've got defies, not so fast and stuff, but drawing triple Watcher, obviously this early when you also have the Nasus 8 cost as your champion is not going to mean the Heron that you also draw is going to do much. We only play 6 units in the main deck which cost 7 or more. 3 Watcher, 3 Heron. We draw 4 of them, right? So it's definitely a bit of an anomaly. Nominally. So they have 10. You would think it's super reasonable to play discipline here, right? Oh, they have 11. So the question here is if we take the Rengar out, if we just want to remove the card draw engine. I think we still prioritize the stats. I have so many cards in hand that I'm not really sure a couple more matters that much. This is where obviously Hourglass, that's why we play so many copies of it, would have been extremely good for us. We need to be really cautious of accelerating Watcher into this battlefield though, because something like an Inferno would have this kind of effect. There's the Hourglass. We're always playing Heron here. Next card we play costs 2 less, so we can't Watcher for free. We can play an Hourglass for free. It's really not too impressive still, unfortunately. The great news is we have triple Decree on the sideboard, which is so good in this matchup. They're still only at 5. They're not threatening to win. There's a question of what we should do with the Watcher. I kind of gravitate towards moving it back. I'm still going to play this and I'm going to pass. Yo, Leo, what's up, my man? Both decrees are disgusting into Rengar. What is the green one is like +4. I actually think the blue decree is so broken. I think it's like, honestly, I think the blue decree might single-handedly eliminate Rengar from the format as a viable deck. I think the blue decree is an extremely unfair card that should not have been printed, personally. The thing is with the blue decree is if the orange decree did the exact opposite, right? So you could like, if you're playing against blue, you can boost one of your orange cards by 5. Something like this. Like, then it would kind of be okay because it's like yin and yang, right? But I think like a big part of the problem is that the blue one feels so, the blue one feels so broken. And I don't personally think that the orange one is particularly good. I've seen a lot of people still running it, actually. But maybe part of that is that you have to run it because you have to try and counter the blue one because it's so good, right? But I don't know. It's not like the orange one's bad, but the blue one's so unfair. Play a Rengar, and suddenly it's 1 might for 1 energy. The orange one's completely insane. It is very good. It is very good. But it's also like you're already playing Sabotage on your sideboard often, right? And it's like, do you really want to play 3 Sabotage, 3 of those? Is it that much better than a Sabotage? It's definitely a very interesting situation. Okay, they just pass immediately. So they're trying to get us gone next turn. Interesting. We need Bellows Breath. We need Bellows Breath, guys. Bellows Breath or bust. So let's draw it. Do we even do it? They already knew about this. Like, obviously, the other thing is I could just like go Watcher here. Okay, sure. I could like go for the Giga hold. But then can I play both Watchers? It will be like, first one costs 7, go down to 4, ready to. Yeah, I could play both Watchers. If I play both Watchers, I don't have anything up for the Heron next turn, right? So I go down to 6 with this. Then the second one costs me 5. I wouldn't be able to play any disciplines. Screw that. We're digging. I don't know why I need to ask for permission to discipline against the Rengar guys, but it's always polite. Next card is reduced in cost, so I guess this is where we slam the Watcher. And now I tried to draw Bellows Breath. That's not a Bellows Breath. Do we continue to try and draw the Bellows Breath? Surely we can draw one Bellows Breath, guys. I believe in the heart of the cards. My name is Joe Curly Cards, and I do what I want when I want. Bellows Breath! Damn it. Do we go for the Giga Hold? Or, yeah, because we're always going to draw Bellows Breath soon anyway. Oh, wait, but then we don't score. Do we need to score? I think we need to not lose, right? Like, we kind of need to not lose. The question is, do we hide a card? We won't draw off the back off. I kind of need to draw off the back off, guys. If we don't hide the back off, I could defy and then play this still. So that's probably what we have to pray for. I think it replaces Sabotage. Most of your Sabotage matchups are blue anyway. Yeah, but Sabotage also for like Aurora, right, is kind of a big part of it. I can see it though. I can see it. So the problem is if you sacrifice Sabotage, suddenly you're going to have some issues with Aurora, right? The blue one is so broken. Like, imagine trying to play Poppy. A 5/5 with deflect. Like not only does the blue one give -5, but for some reason it also ignores deflect. Like, bro, poor Poppy. What did she do to deserve that? What made you swap off Jace? I just test lots of stuff. I play lots of stuff. But I think Jace was a little bit disappointing with the aggro shell. It felt very inconsistent, basically. I definitely want to play some more, though. Yeah, Brittle Steel. Yeah, you definitely have like other options, right? Like purple has the Prefect, red has Brittle Steel, blue has Turn to Dust, green has Barbara. So you have like some removal, but Sabotage is much better than all of those, right? Like if you discard the Aurora before it comes down in the first place. I mean, actually, the Prefect is just as good, if not better. But yeah, I can see that logic of like getting rid of the Sabotage to play the blue one, actually. I can definitely see that. Jace became Aurora Slop. It's a tragedy, really, isn't it? Poor Jace. I'll definitely play some more Jace. But yeah, the deck's quite inconsistent. A lot of the times, like, you have to include like a ton of draw in that deck to get going. I want to play more Jace though. Maybe even play some more today. I'm definitely playing a lot of different stuff though. That's for sure. I am playing an awful lot of different stuff. So just because you see me playing something different doesn't mean I don't like the original thing. I would not touch Jace for a regional qualifier though either. I don't want to compete against a very good Aurora deck. I would not go near it. I'm never going to play Aurora, that's for sure. Like, you could literally not pay me, guys, to play Aurora. I mean, actually, maybe you could. Maybe you could. I did play some Aurora when the Elder Dragon came out to see how broken it was. And it was broken. My logic also with Aurora decks was always like, I just play 3 dragons, nothing else. And I always thought it would catch on, but it really didn't. You would imagine we're a bit cooked here. Like, I went for the Giga Hold. I'm really relying on drawing Bellows Breath still. What are the hardest matchups? I think Aurora's pretty tricky. Bellows Breath. Guys, Bellows Breath one time for the big dons in the chat. Would you consider harder to pilot, Mel Diana or Ez? I have no clue. I guess Diana? So we're going to reduce the cost of the Watcher with the Heron, right? So let's start off with a good old-fashioned back off. We don't have Emperor's Divide, sadly. Back off! Let's go for the Nidalee because it's easy to remember. Bum! Guys, is this some sort of a sick joke? Next card is reduced by Heron, so we go Accelerated Watcher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because of Heron. Watcher accelerated. Nasus, ready to. Find your center for 1. To draw the Bellows Breath! Defy, defy, GG. We never lose these guys, right? So much might, all 7 of it. Pike, that's a problem, guys. That basically is already too much for us to handle. That's fine. Look, if I only played 2 Bellows Breath here, guys, right? We would be saying, I would be thinking, chat would be thinking, maybe you should play 3 Bellows Breath. Well, I already do. Which I think you can see why. Now we have triple Decree of Insight. Let's get rid of the Find Your Centers. They don't seem very good here. Triple Decree of Insight is so degenerate. I love it. Should maybe have stacked on StarCraft. I think it was fine. Yeah, maybe, but we didn't. I don't know that we had the option of doing that. I can see what you mean though. I think the play was fine. We just basically banked on adventure drawing. We had to, right? If we had a Bellows Breath at some point in this game, I think we're very comfortable. We never found Premonition with awkward hand. Let's go again. So we either drop the back off, or we could drop like an early curve card, like a Clockwork Keeper if we want to be greedy. I quite like the back off, I think. So I'm going to be greedy and drop a Clockwork Keeper. Greed is good sometimes. We had the Dias, right? Let's go for the Emperor's Lair, Varmor's Lair. Let me go first. Yeah? Scuttle Crab, OP. I love Scuttle Crab. We still need some ramp. I kept the Bellows Breath, I kept the Watcher. I think you have to. As evidenced by the last game. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised that that was the decision I made after the previous game. 3 Decrees, by the way, might actually be a bit heavy. The card's so broken. Oh, find your center. Draw. Are we cooking? The final battlefield, by the way, we're not sure on, is like the one we haven't played yet. So definitely taking recommendations for battlefields. We should find your center first, right, to see what we draw. Another find your center. And we probably want to send them to the vial more, right? So we go there. Good old Steel Paws doing the business. Let's take find your center, but you took the counterspell. Oh, wait, really? Oh. Yeah, not so fast is what I meant. I meant to take out not so fast, and I think that's what I did. Nidalee comes in. Okay, sure. I'm not very intimidated by that play, if I'm honest with you. I would like a peek though. Punch first. Bryn here, Thundersong. Hopefully they leave it open for us. I'll take a screenshot just in case. This is pretty sad for the poor old Steel Paws, the Frozen Fortress. Maybe we wanted them actually to go to the Fortress, but I think we're also kind of fine with this. So if we go for like the Steel Paws in power here, it is funny, that's for sure, but they just punch first and we only take out a Poro. It does double deramp them though. It's kind of fine. It's kind of fine, guys. But I think we're just going to play the Heron. These aren't going anywhere. We're chilling. Big guy Heron. They can react to this. Next card we play costs less. Let's go for the Find Your Center for free. I guess for 1. Oh yeah. The game heard that I like Bellow's Breath, I guess. Sadly, poor old Steel Paws is banished. If Rift Atlas is like a better viewer experience, I could go for it. For now, I stick with my comfort pick, which is what I'm used to playing on. So the other card that I'm actually quite interested still in playing as a one-of is a one-of Consult the Past. Because the games you don't draw Premonition can feel awkward. And it's a hidden card. Currently we're playing a second back off instead though. It's like, I'd say the back off is the flex slot really. There's also flexibility in the sideboard, but I would never have a Consult the Past in the sideboard. That just feels a bit backwards really. Vilemor's Lair doing a lot of work here. This matchup seems very good for us, I would say. Especially with triple flipping Decree on the sideboard. My goodness. Nice Rengar you got there, son. -5! For no reason. Another reason I like the Decree in the deck is because I'm worried about Aurora. And being able to have -5 on Elder Dragons and stuff is probably very, 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 very good. Because it's actually very difficult otherwise to get rid of the dragon. What was the hidden card, guys? Pike. And this is why we take screenshots. So instead of Bryn here in hand, punch first in hand. So the main question is, do we accelerate the Watcher, right? We're at 3 points. Accelerate Watcher costs us 1 power extra to score a point. I would like to... Oh, it's really interesting. So Pike comes through, it gives something +1, right? And they can punch first as well. So I don't think we actually care about accelerating the Watcher. The problem we have is if we don't accelerate the Watcher, they gain a lot of intel on how to play this, but triple Bellow's Breath. I think we accelerate the Watcher, but we don't send it in straight away. So the first Bellows Breath costs absolutely nothing. And you would imagine we should just repeat it, right? Oh, but this is, yeah, okay, the Pouty Poro is annoying. I could also just send the Watcher in. The thing is they're going to reveal the Pike, right? But we can do this at action speed, so I think we just send it in. Because we want to see where they give the buffs, so we can sort of like plan things more accordingly. Remember, we have the first Bella's Breath is free here from the Heron. And we know they have a punch first. Like, our Watcher's going to die here, but we're basically just getting them to burn all their resources in a favorable spot for us. So they reveal the Watcher, the Pike, so therefore it's my focus. I pass focus. And we just trade. Ah, it's so good for us. Bing bam. Oh, I was supposed to reveal this, right? What a noob. Ah. I mean, they might have changed their play, right? Never mind. It's still there. It's fine. I think it was probably a misplay, though. I think it's fine. We're chilling. I get the premonition now. Should be good. Definitely could have considered. I think it's like fine. Always want to bellows first. That makes. I definitely see that. I can see that. I think in this position, like, I didn't want to commit the bellows though because they had the hidden card. I think the hidden card maybe changed things, right? Like, I basically just want to see where they put the buff. Okay, they go Bryn here, pass. I can react to the Bryn here though, right? I think I want to. Play this and then trigger this. Hold. We don't have any accelerate in hand, so Nasus seems fine enough. We could also go like Steel Paws first, right? Heron reduction. Nasus trigger, ready to. Kind of curious in terms of if this should be hidden. I think I'm quite happy to play it from hand. And if we're supposed to draw off the Clockwork Keeper, I don't think I want to draw off the Clockwork Keeper. Like, they're most likely going to Rengar, so then we can like decree pay nothing for this. Pay 1 for this. If I go Clockwork Keeper draw in this position, I go down to 2. I pay 1 for this, and I could still back off. How much do I care about the draw? It does deramp me by 1. I'd rather not deramp. I think it's fine. And now that I have... Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to leave the Heron here. It's possible we could move it back, but I think we're chilling, right? We have the decree on the Rengar. We have the back off on the Bryn here. This is -1 though. Okay, sabotage. So does snooker us with the back off plan somewhat? It actually doesn't, right? Let's just defy that. It's a pinned comment, the deck list. Let's defy that. Next card is going to be reduced, so we can back off next for 1, which would mean I don't get the decree. It's not as clean as I was hoping. So we can either play the back off or the decree, not both. It's yours. Okay. GG. I guess that's what they mean. Just ask for confirmation. Okie dokie. So again, we're going to go, and they didn't get to see our hand, which is good, right? If they're just like, it would actually be a really good play, sabotage just before they concede. So we bring the decrees in for sure. We are going to, again, drop the not so fast. And then the final decision is, do we go greedy and drop a Clockwork Keeper? It's definitely quite greedy. Alternatively, we could like drop a back off maybe. I'm going to go greedy and drop a 2-drop. And it's Forgotten Monument, which is the main battlefield we're not locked in on. This is the one we're testing. Seems quite good here, right? There's some ramp. Happy days. I am a bit of a Mulligan 2 believer usually, but I do already have the ramp. I do already have the Heron. And we saw how important Bellows Breath is, so maybe let's be a bit greedy in this case. And actually keep the Bellows Breath. They skip turn 1. That's not good news for them. So our option is, do we go for a Scuttle Crab to score early, or do we ramp? And I think we just take the ramp. And we find the retreat! Let's go! What a feeling. I love retreat. Now we go Bing, Scuttle Crab, draw, retreat, the Scuttle Crab, so OP, ramp, Scuttle Crab back in hand, give the hand a shuffle for no reason, replay the Scuttle Crab, draw again. And now the Scuttle Crab is going to go move in. Then we go Heron. Then we go GG. Not quite, but that's the idea. Kaiser doesn't fancy going to the Forbidding Waste. The Fey Folk. Good card. Scary card. Guess this is like where Not So Fast would be impactful, right? We definitely need to make sure before our Heron dies, which is quite likely to happen this turn, that we get a premonition through. I mean, the problem here is with the Fey Folk, they plan on going Fey Folk to Forbidding Waste. Like, imagine the Watcher here, by the way. Oh my goodness, see you later, alligator. But the Fey Folk can pull something into the Forbidding Waste, right? So the question is, are we just supposed to play to the Forbidding Waste already? Because they're going to go Fey Folk, pull it in, Rengar, my Heron's gonzo. That doesn't sound very good. I like the idea of Steel Paws at base. We're always going like Scuttle Crab, move into a battlefield, play the Heron here. Every single time. Every single time. You would imagine it's just better to go straight into the... I mean, honestly, it might be better to go into the Forbidding Waste because we're not alone. But then all they do is they like send something in first. It gets banished. And then they send something in to take the Heron out. But it still sounds worth it overall. Still sounds worth it. We go Heron, trigger Nasus. Just double check that's okay. Then we pay 1 power for premonition of Heron effect. I think this might not work, by the way, with the new rules that come into place, like in set 6. Need some confirmation on that. That's a great draw. Excuse my excitement. We've got Watcher Bellow's Breath for the next turn, so it's just about surviving here, right? I was excited actually about the Hourglass, by the way. I like the look of Steel Paws and hiding the Hourglass. They can obviously take the Steel Paws out very easy with the Feyfolk, but it is a deflect cost. We can react to the Scuttle Crab death now with the Hourglass as well to protect the Heron. Right? Does it work that way? How does that work? Does it actually protect the Heron still? Crab dead. So we can react to Bryn here, which obviously we need to do. Kind of cooks us with the Hourglass, right? Because they can just make the Hourglass take out the crab. So they have done us dirty there with the Bryn here. You would think we're supposed to take the Premonition while we can. We need to make sure I don't deramp myself enough, though, that the Watcher can't come through accelerated. And I think it's fine, right? We go down to 6, we'll be at 8. We can still accelerate the Watcher. We are going to burn a lot of resources, though. But if I don't take the Premonitions now, they're going to be stuck in the hand. And we still can continue to add more onto the chain here. So let's take a Discipline, right, onto the Heron probably. Or do we ever go like Find Your Center to ramp? Not sure that the Discipline will do that much, right? Like, I mean, to be fair, they have Feyfolk can send this. This is going to be 7. They basically already have it. I think that we actually just let it happen and just take the Find Your Center. Oh, wait, I can't. It's not action speed. Noob. I'll do this then. Actually, let's go on the Scuttle Crab, right? Is 1 point correct, by the way? I think so, right? And I go for the Scuttle Crab boost here because then Feyfolk would trade for it. I think it just makes a bit more sense doing it that way. Like the obvious play with the Hourglass down is to like send Feyfolk here, move the Scuttle Crab. Right? And obviously if they have like a 2-drop in hand, they can just play it and boost up the Feyfolk, but then it forces them to be tapped out for my Watcher turn. Yeah, I messed up with the Find Your Center, but I realized. My bad. I think this plays nice anyway. It's probably better. I think that the Discipline on Heron probably didn't achieve all that much, but I think it actually does do a lot on the Crab, particularly if they don't have the 2-drop in hand. But they played this really well. The Bryn here made things really, really awkward for us. There's no doubt about that. But the great news for us is they're very low on energy that's open, right? And we have Watcher Bellow's Breath. Having said that, losing the Heron is going to be an absolute disaster here, no doubt about it. Bryn here really, really cooked us, so fair play. Fair play. The great news is they're only at 1 point. We don't have to be too scared, right? Like, it's really important to recognize they're only at 1 point. So I obviously could defy that. I don't think I care because I have double Bellow's Breath. And I don't think I need double Bellows Breath. We're going to go watch it accelerate. Right? Probably accelerate. That puts us to 8, ready to repeated Bellows Breath. I think it's fine, right? Just let it happen. I don't want to... the main reason is I don't want to actually D-ramp either, right? Can't defy. Very true. Yeah, that's very true. That's why I didn't defy, guys. No. The defy would have been bad regardless. Now, unless they have Determined Sentry, this Fey Folk ain't getting boosted any further. I'm definitely leaving my hand open. Let's not waste time here. You can just stream and use the results for what they're worth. I guess they're on a bit of a delay there, but yeah, I mean, no. I like keeping my deck off stream that I plan on playing at regional qualifiers. Because the thing is if you're chasing, which I'm often chasing best of, I'm trying to like thread the needle basically with my decks between getting a best of and still getting top 64. And like, if I am playing an off meta deck and building it in a unique way and people are watching it, I just give like direct access to competitors, direct competitors essentially, right? Kaiser Punch first? That's so expensive. Surely it was better to just go like Fey Folk. Holy moly. That was so expensive. I'm not convinced by that. Deflect. Wow. Crazy. Hey, Kuna, what's up, my man? Do you like my haircut I gave myself? This is RIFTBOUND. A very good card game, but this is an online simulator of it, right? This is the League of Legends card game. Playing an online sim. Yeah, I think this game is probably over, right? They're only at 3 points. We don't have to rush. There's actually a strong argument here. Do we even need to go for the Watcher line, right? Maybe not. If we go Watcher, we could trade the Scuttle Crab for Kaiser, which is quite funny. Do we care about the Bryn here with a Bellows Breath? I mean, the other question is, do we even need to accelerate the Watcher? It's a really important turn. I don't want to like overcommit here. We're really not in a rush, but you would think with them being tapped out, we should make the most of it, right? I'm not sure if I want to Bellows Breath this, but I will definitely accelerate the Watcher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bing, bam, ready to. We can just trade the Scuttle Crab for Kaiser here. I don't really need points, right? Points are not really something I'm in the market for, particularly right now. I just don't really care about points. So let's do that. 0 to 0. Because this is not to a minimum. Oh! Okay. Yeah, well, okay, in that case, let's just Let's just do that. Fine. We score. I like points. Let's go there. Game's definitely not over. It's a bit of an overextension. This was not as smooth as I thought it would be, to be honest. But there we are. The hand is pretty terrible, if we're honest. The Steel Paws is going to be a menace here, though. Like, the Steel Paws can just be empowered here. Be ready too. Very interesting game. They don't know about the third Defy, so we should obviously not play that if we Defy anything in the future. But yeah, it's not a very good hand, let's be honest. Could we maybe have dropped Defies? I don't think so, right? I think it's just a bit unlucky. We've actually already played 2 Premonitions. It also just further kind of supports my thesis that Consult the Past is okay in this deck. Thesis. What a nerd. Yeah, we would have had to have repeated Bella's Breath to take out this big guy. In comes Rengar. We're obviously going to take out the Bryn because this isn't as good at defending. They like burn so many runes. The thing is like, what's important to recognize is that we're just comfortable in terms of points. They only just got to 4. Another D-ramp play. We're always empowering the Steel Paws here every single time. Ooh. I mean, I think I took a screenshot, right? Or was that the last game? I think that was the last game. You would imagine Pike is very likely. We're always just going to go for the Steel Paws in power here. I'm not an expert on the deck I'm playing against. We just move in. See what happens. It's not going to be a trade route because of Pike. It will give something +1. Oof. Yeah, that's not good for me. Well, they burn another rune for it. It's kind of fine, I think. I think it's kind of fine. It's not good. That's for sure. Then the question is, do we go for the Rengar or do we go for the Pike? Yeah, I forgot about the Rengar +1 to be honest, but let's take the Rengar. Here's what it is. They're at 2 runes. Looks like they froze a bit. They're at 4 points, by the way, that's bugged. They go to 5. It's getting dicey! It's not looking good. This hand is a disaster, isn't it? Oh, hello! That's pretty good. 2 open. Should have done that first. Never mind. Let's take a peek. So that needs to get defied. Why are they at 6? This is just bugged, I think. I think 6 is correct. I think it just bugged. Oh, I forgot about the niddly draw, I'm not going to lie. That's a bit of an oof. So that was a huge misplay, right? Terrible. Terrible play. They know I have to fight, so... You would imagine the correct players just pay 1 for Find Your Center, right? Obviously, they have the Rengar. So, like, I mean, the Scuttle Crab doesn't really achieve much. They should be at 5. I think... I mean, 6 does sound like a lot, but I think it's correct. They got 2 points there, which I think is correct. Yeah, the Rengar and stuff. I think it's just like... This turn it bugged. I think it's correct. So we could Premonition, right? And try and draw the Bellows. But then they could Thrill of the Hunt anyway. Doesn't really do much. We have to hold 1 open for Defy regardless. Or we just lose. Bellows! Didn't work. I think that's just GG, right? I think we lose. Kind of crazy we lost that, though. I felt like we're in such a good spot the whole time. Just lose to Rengar, though. This Bryn here cooked us very hard, right? Where that Hourglass had to be flipped early. Maybe I could have gone Premonition in the previous turn. Wouldn't have mattered in this case. That was fun, though. Losing is learning. Yeah. We didn't draw our decrees, interestingly, like once. Decree would have helped a lot in that spot, right? We are deramping a lot too, but what the heck is that, bro? Get out of here. I don't know that I love the Forgotten Monument still. I think it's like okay. Let's just go again. I think it was fine. I mean, I think the Defy was great. I think in this case, it's just like, it's unfortunate I just drew all of them at the same time, right? Just because we ended up drawing loads of Defies at the same time, it doesn't mean it's incorrect to play them, you know? You have to be very careful with evaluating deck building decisions based off like... I'm just going to go get a drink. And caffeined up to the eyeballs today. Honestly, going down to 2 Defy against Rengar is an interesting proposition. It's definitely a very, very good shout. Is it a good idea? I don't know. I still don't know on this one. I mean, this always goes first. Is this about to go second or go first battlefield? That's the big question. I need to think about that a bit, but I'm not really quite ready to think about it, so let's just slam it like now when I don't know the answer. I already like kept this guy waiting a bit. Oof. I'm still interested in Consult the Past. I don't think I can drop both premonitions, so... Oof. I might go back down to 1 back off and add a Consult the Past. If I have Consult the Past, I can literally hard cast it in the early stages. I don't have a target for this, so I can't go for it yet. But we're up against Control Ezreal. This is not a matchup I've played with this deck. I imagine it's not a great one. I was kind of coping that my Hourglass would be fine. Previously, we've actually been playing Windwall or Flurry of Feathers on the sideboard. But we don't currently have that, unfortunately. So we'll have to find out probably the hard way that we need to put those back in. I never brought them in because I never queued this matchup with this deck. Okay, discard. If we just bounce it straight back. Do we develop our little Steel Paws, brother? Be at 7 next turn, so we could just empower it. Sure, why not? Wait, I should have probably just stunned my own guy, right? I could have just paid 3 to stun my Steel Paws. Oh no, I didn't. Didn't do that. That's fine. Whatever. He lives! So I don't think we empower it because we can just like bounce it back with the thingamajigger instead. Seven might guy. How do they deal with a 7 might guy with deflect though? I mean, it does sound quite tempting. But instead of doing that, we could go like Scuttle Crab, Bing, spawn a guy, replay the guy. Then they're going to Bellows Breath the living daylights out of us, right? So maybe we just go for it, bro. Kind of don't hate it. It's greedy. It's not like Bellows Breath is a threat. I don't know. I should be shuffling my hand against this kind of strategy, so they don't know that I'm just discarding what I draw. They have to pay for deflect. Kind of fine. It's like, it's not like we were going to do much else of our turn, right? So I'm very happy with that. Maybe not very happy, but I'm happy enough with it. I mean, Bellow's Breath on this is quite likely, I think. It's a very serious consideration to... Okay, they just tap out, which seems really good for us. Is Energy Conduit or Honey Fruit effective? Yeah, I've definitely seen the Temporal Breach. I don't like Rockfall Path in this deck at all. I think it's so bad with the Heron. And I cut the Temporal Breach. They say Iona. Okay, fair enough. So the question here is, do we want to play Nasus with its big chunky deflect? Or do we want to go like Steel Paws? I guess we just want to go Nasus with the big chunky deflect, right? Ready to, probably don't play anything else. Whereas like if we go Steel Paws ready to, we could replay the Scuttle Crab. So if we go Steel Paws, I think, no, we leave Nasus there because they're trying to discard our hand, right? We should leave the champ there. That's actually the big factor in the decision there. So go Steel Paws. Empower. Ready to. Then the decision is, do we play another Scuttle Crab or do we leave enough open for not so fast? I'm going to leave open. I think I'm going to discard the Scuttle Crab. I think I'm going to discard the Watcher. Controversially. Do I want to not so fast that? I think so. We want to score points quite quickly, right? Ready to. Do we want to return our Sand Soldier because of the threat of the Bewitching Spirit taking it out? We have Premonition at reaction speed, so there's no need for us to risk anything. I mean, the thing is the Bewitching Spirit's probably going to score regardless, so I think I just give them the 3 point and bring this guy back. And the important decision point here is like not playing the Nasus sooner, right? Because we just always have the Nasus available. Like you're against discard strategies, your champion card should pretty much be the last thing you play, because maybe, yeah, I guess the Dias is pretty bad. We maybe could have tried to make things a bit harder. The thing is, it's not going to be hard for them. They just stupefy, right? Discarding Scuttle feels weird. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Do we want to take the premonition now? Or do we just discard the not so fast? They didn't make the sand soldier. That's trolling, right? Surely that's trolling. I think in this case we can go for the premonition. Imagine it gets hard bargained. I'll feel like such a wally. Oh my goodness. Probably I should have been quite careful with that. Do we discard the not so fast or the watcher? Because we still have to react to that. Yeah, you still have to pay for it, but I mean, they could have paid for it, right? Just pay one, get a guy, bounce their Bewitching Spirit back instead of using the Pack of Wonders. It's like, just seems incorrect not to have gone for that. They go Star-Crossed. We just defy this. Did they pay Deflect? Yeah. They played Fizz, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, they used Pack instead, but like they should have just used Pack on something different, right? Pay one, get a 2-cost guy, and bounce like you want to be bouncing. Look at this flipping dude, by the way. The Steel Paws. Insane card. They lose to Watcher Bellows here, but they are safe for now. I think we just go Watcher ready to, like non-accelerated Watcher, right? Downwell is likely something they bring in off the sideboard, not in main. I think we go in with the Steel Paws. Probably just play it here, right? Nasus ready too. Had this there. As soon as they tried to discard something, bam! This is Iona. That is one thing to consider. I think they did pay Deflect. I'm pretty sure. I was tracking it. I mean, I guess we still have to discard, so it's not that good, but... Oof. Are we in danger? I'm in danger! Watcher, so... They didn't use the list yet. So this is going to go down to... Yeah, we just flip it, right? Still trades for a fizz. It's not bad. But we've almost won here. We need a combat trick, right? We can't play the Find Your Center, sadly. Damn. We haven't quite done it, have we? We could go for a Giga Hold instead, just leave this alone, but they can bounce it back, replay it. So we probably just have to trade it out, right? We could also play the Hourglass, in fairness. If we go Find Your Center, we could draw Discipline, which wins the game. We still have 3 disciplines in deck out of 21 cards. So it's like, what, a 1 in 8 to draw Discipline? 1 in 7, rather. 1 in 7 to win the game. But if we don't go for it, we put ourselves in a bit of risk. Doesn't Zonya have to be played for cards only at the battlefield it was at? Doesn't Zonya have to be played for cards only at the battlefield it was at? I mean, the way it works is like, the next time a friendly unit would die, kill this instead. So I don't think so. Like Zonya is basically like, you react to it, it just comes back here basically. Hidden cards, you can only target things at the battlefield, but this is like a passive effect, right? So basically the question is, do we A, go Find Your Center, try and draw the Discipline, or do we B, just go like Hourglass, hold up? And I think that it doesn't really make any sense to do that. So we go for the Find Your Center, and maybe we 1 in 8 times we just win the game anyway. The question really is like, do we play the Hourglass immediately? Probably, right? Alternatively, we could Bellows Breath this guy, hide the Hourglass here. We need to hold, right? That's the thing. It's like, I mean, if we take out the Watcher, yeah, hide the Hourglass. But then we're burning resources. We wouldn't be able to play Nasus next turn, which we want to be able to do. So I think I don't want to spend any power costs, so I'm just going to play it normally. I'm just going to leave this here. You never know. When will Teemo be good again? Teemo's probably still good. It's not, I don't think it's amazing, but... So we could have gone for the Bellows Breath, hide it, right? So this is 4, no, 3. One, 2, oh no. Sadly, I think this matchup's going to get worse for us post-sideboard. They learned their lesson, I think, here. It's not over. You would imagine it's probably the Bellows Breath, which should go, right? Watcher off the top wins. The cat ain't doing much against these guys. Watcher off the top still wins. Don't think that's very good. I guess we just go for the hold still, right? Do we ever play the Nasus at base because we could empower it to win next turn? Or do we just go for the Giga Hold? It's an interesting predicament. I think it might be better to just play the Nasus at base. Empower next turn. GG. I think it's better to go for it. The other question then is, do I play a Steel Paws? Probably. Like, chances are they're going to Bewitching Spirit discard stuff anyway, right? I think this matchup's going to be really difficult for us game 2 and game 3 without the Flurry of Feathers or the other thingamajigger, the Windle. But we'll see. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, we'll just play both, right? Nasus Empower Conquer is also enough. But that's also why, like, it's just good to get the cat down. With the most likely situation that they will discard our hand before we have an opportunity to play the Defies, right? But let's see. The Nasus might mean they have to be a little bit more aggressive with their plays. Ezreal digging, that's a good sign. Discard turn to dust. It's kind of an example of why the sideboard, post sideboard, is going to be pretty tricky for us. We don't really change that much, I think. Currently, we're very teched on our sideboard for the orange decks, maybe over-teched. Here comes Fizz with a stacked deck. I mean, I was thinking, but sure. I guess we're not responding to that. I was just thinking, it's like, is there anything that they would be able to play here that we can't defy? I think the answer is no, right? Game 2, let's go. Nice win, very nice win. This is where probably some sideboard stuff will help. Barbara! I love Barbara. Barbara's going to be good. Not so fast. Do we want to bring Charms in as well, potentially? Maybe. What do we not want? Back off? Bellows Breath, probably. I don't know if I care about Charm that much, but I could bring one Charm in. Or would we rather have, like, the Bellows as a one-off? I think I would rather the... Maybe Back Off as a one-off is better. So we're going second. This card is going to be really bad for us. We should probably play it now. Still not sure on this card generally. I think it might be too bad against Aurora for us as well. Barbara of Diaz is quite nice. Yeah, Barbara's great. Okay, Poggers. We have Retreats. I don't think I want double Clockwork Keeper though. I think one's fine. Looking for my Heron really. And my Barbara. So the question is, do we retreat it? And the answer is absolutely flipping not. And the reason is they're going to try and remove it and we're just going to retreat it anyway. So they waste the whole turn. BOOM! Sorry, that was a bit loud. love retreat. I love retreat. What a feeling. Scuttle crab. Draw. Should be a bit careful of Bellows Breath, right? I don't know if we should go for the second Scuttle crab just yet. I mean, we could defy it, I guess. We could defy it. It's kind of fine, right? Like, defy's just chilling there. We need to draw into a big boy to play, so... Draw. Yeah, there's the Bellows. So they don't repeat it. You would think the players to just defy it, right? They have nothing open to resolve further. It does mean we can't develop Nasus, but I don't think I want to develop Nasus anyway against a discard deck, right? So probably get rid of Discipline here, to be honest. I might use the Clockwork Keeper to draw. Gust Monk. Bing, bam. Do we Premonition draw to deramp more, but just get it over and done with, right? We're going to have to do it at some point. I don't know that I care about the Clockwork Keeper that much. We could have just Disciplined. It was an option. Might have been better. But I think the point pressure is good, right? Like, actually having bodies alive is really good for us. I think I'm just going to take the Premonition, honestly. Retreat's really good. We could go Clockwork Keeper draw. Still. You would imagine that the Steel Paws is the play, right? We're going to be at 4 runes next turn. And we still want to retreat. Something. Unless we just retreat now to replay the Scuttle Crab, that is also an option that I don't totally hate. But I think I would rather do the retreat on their turn. Let's just pass there. Just make them commit and discipline something, then retreat something, right? I think we're fine for this trade. Get the intel. I took a screenshot just in case. Bewitching Spirit now. I mean, these hourglasses seem really good. Let's drop the Clockwork Keeper, right? The question is, do we still want to go retreat? I mean, they still have 3 up. I think we're fine to hold the retreat, right? Okay, now they go for that. They could, of course, Bellows Breath us. But I think the plan here, we would have to sacrifice scoring. That's the concern about the retreat. But I get to empower the Steel Paws by retreating this turn. They could Bellows Breath us, though. That's the problem. I think they're going to Bellows Breath us still. That's my read. I'm being bold here. Okay, they don't go for it, which is a shame, no doubt about that. But it is what it is. I took a risk. It did not pay off. It did not pay off. But we could retreat the Scuttle Crab to draw. We score points as well, right? I think it's fine. It's definitely a bummer, but it is what it is. Not too happy with that. Got a bit too greedy. Could have gone for the retreat. Yeah, kind of punished. So in comes Vex. Did they just repeat the Bellows Breath? What the flip? Crazy. That's a choice. An extremely questionable choice at that. Good news for us though. Return of the Witching Spirit turned, okay. Heron effect. I mean, we don't have too much to do with the Heron, unfortunately. It is also stunned, can't move. I guess we just hide the Hourglass, right? It's too risky otherwise. Am I in Cologne? I'm in Berlin. But my buddy plays in Cologne. I think we are a bit cooked. I think we're cooked, right? Maybe the Hourglass wasn't supposed to come down on reflection. We can still get this down after this though, actually. We're kind of chilling. Let me get the intel. It's not a very good hand, but it might be good enough. Hopefully we get something nice off the top to play here instead of the Nasus. We can play both, I think, right? Like Nasus readies 2. Yeah, okay. Ah, that's 8. Nasus effect, ready 2. Sadly, it does mean that whatever we draw can be discarded. Playing Nasus. It's definitely a deck I will be playing, yeah, but I'm going to be playing a lot of stuff this set, to be honest. I am planning on ordering the cards for the deck, though, and having it as a deck I play against friends and stuff. I don't think I'll play at a regional qualifier, but I don't know. I very much could. I probably will avoid playing any of the new legends. I don't know. I like trying to play some stuff that like really isn't represented very much, and I feel like Nasus will be quite popular. I'm always like basically just like looking for like the best deck with the most that's the most underrepresented. That's like kind of the needle I'm trying to thread. I don't think Nasus will be that because I think it will be quite popular actually, but we'll see. Okay. I get to replay it, so we're chilling. It's not an issue, really. It's the most important thing. We know Bewitching Spirits in hand. Hopefully Fizz is not the other card, right? Ooh! Vex. I got excited, and then I got unexcited. We need the Nasus to stick here. Oh, it's GG. Okay, no Fizz yet. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Pray for me. Pray for me. Stack deck. That's not a Fizz. They never find the Fizz, guys. Trust. Because I am believing in the power of Nasus. They need a Starcross or a Fizz. It's very likely we lose, but this is our go second game. And we're not very well sideboarded. We also missed the Barbara, which I think would have had a pretty high impact. I'm not sure I played it too cleanly. I think I made... No! Maybe they decide to move the Vex away for no reason, right? Copy him. If they move Vex away, it's not over. Yeah, I think this battlefield's bad. The reason I played it here, in this position, is because I don't want to play it in the game I go first, because I feel like it's the worst battlefield against them. So the logic is that maybe Charm's good, right, to actually disrupt their stuff more. We didn't draw Barbara. But the logic is like, okay, I have this battlefield, which I'm probably going to cut anyway. And yeah. Will I post a team at deck list? Probably not. I mean, I could, but probably not. I don't know that there's that much to do with Teemo, sadly. I think the deck's going to be fine still, but... So I need to get rid of 2 cards. Bellows Breath, gone. And then we brought in a back off before. Probably is a Charm, right? I think Charm is fine. Charm could be solid. Yep. Let's try it. And then we go... We haven't... Was it Vilemore we haven't played? Yeah. Boom. That's a big find. It's a good hand. Bewitching Spirits straight away. That gives us something to think about. Is it maybe the Hourglass that would go at this stage? I feel like everything else is probably a bit better. No draw. Controversial. I want to get my Heron down. I want Barbara as well. So I think it's probably... Is it the Defy or is it the Discipline? That's the question now. You would imagine it's Discipline, right? Units here can't move to base is kind of cringe. We have to pick our poison. Do we recycle one preemptively, which is a big deal at this stage? Or do we just have our guy stuck there indefinitely? I think I just have my guy stuck there indefinitely. Next card I play costs 2 less. I think we're a bit cooked. My hand is gone. My hand's gone, guys. I don't really like the idea of deramping, but I don't think we can... Go the other route. This is not going to be doing anything for us. I'm kind of mad. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of mad. Because, like, I don't even think I'm going to defy it, but... Now he has information that I have Defy in hand. I'm mad. I don't want to de-ramp. That's the thing. I could have revealed the hourglass, right? I'm kind of mad. I should have just countered it, right? It's like, I'm triggered. The thing is like, it's kind of BS. Oh well, we accelerate this, right? Then you have 2 open. These are stuck here. We could flip the hourglass and get cost reduction, but it doesn't really do anything for us. We're giving it a go, guys. The Heron's not done much, I've got to be honest. Yeah, Sprite Queen would definitely be a nice card in this matchup. There's no doubt about that. Star-crossed on Heron. This deck is so cringe, by the way. Oh my goodness. Is it just me that thinks that? No death, no trigger here, sadly. Doesn't look good for us, does it? Yeah, I mean, but a worse Annie is like... I mean, everything is basically a worse Annie, right? That's the problem. Comparing anything to Annie is tricky. Barbara would be so good, but we didn't find her. It's not over, though. I'm a bit mad about the Defy situation, to be honest, but it is what it is. Ah, so gutting. Ah, we can't quite do it, bro. Well, because my Defy was going to get discarded, that would be the purpose. But also, if your opponent's like low on cards in hand for resources, and you're not going to have anything better to Defy, right? That would be another reason to do so. Bella's Breath would be pretty heartbreaking here. Okay. So the interesting question here is like, do we slam the Watcher or do we empower the Steel Paws? And I think it's probably just slam the Watcher, right? It's not going to be that hard for them to clear both, though. It could also like be Nasus in base, which they have to remove. How many star-crossed in discard? 2 in discard. Fizz is a problem for us, obviously. It's a really, really important turn. We always conquer with Steel Paws. There's no doubt about that. And we always conquer to the left. The question is, do we go in with Watch? I don't think it achieves much, actually. If anything, like one play we could do is like... I think it actually might just be Steel Paws in power move it here, to be honest. It's like... Yeah, they could discard the Watcher, bounce the Steel Paws. It's like... The other thing we could do is Nasus at base. But then... I think that might be the right play. Because this way, we are putting a Nasus down on the board, which needs to be answered, because we can empower it. And they also need to discard the hand. If they have Fizz here, we lose. It's just GG. So that's a really good metric, this match, because we can see not playing Watcher here seems wildly troll. The thing is so you can say that. I can explain why this is the correct play. It's because basically the decision point here is we're in a losing position, right? If we have Fizz, if they have Fizz, the game's over. They have 2 star-crossed in discard, right? If they have Fizz, we have lost, right? So playing Watcher is still losing to Fizz, but even if they don't have Fizz, it doesn't win us the game. So what do? We say, well, if they don't have Fizz, this Nasus in base can win us the game. We were in a losing spot, and we made a play which could have won us the game. So while you can say Watcher, not playing Watcher seems wildly troll, actually, I think playing Watcher in this position was trolling, because I think that Watcher was never winning, right? But this Nasus play could conceivably have, unlikely, but it could have won us the game. We were in a very bad position. We had to take a gamble. It didn't work out. Now, I will say that Barbara is very good in this matchup, and we never found it. What else would have actually helped that matchup? The battlefield I don't like. We're not going to play this anymore. This seemed like a really, really tricky matchup, if we're honest. Consult the past, probably. Sanction. What's sanction? Sorry. Sprite Queen. Sprite Burst. Empower a unit. Disempower at the end of the turn. Disempower unit disempowered. Probably not. It's not bad. It's an interesting card. So, this card's definitely good. No doubt about that. The Heron was bad. I think like Sprite Burst in general is a card that I think could be really good. People have talked about Sprite Queen as well, and of course that's also an interesting option generally. When you play me, or at the start of your beginning phase, play a ready 3 Might Sprite unit token with Temporary. Is it better than Sprite Burst? Sprite Burst generally I think is quite an interesting card because it's like something you can play on curve to contest, but it's also something that can score points. Yeah, Sanction's cool, but the thing is also the eight costs in power is more like a 6 costs in power, right? It's too niche. So I would say like Sprite Queen, Sprite Burst are probably like the main cards that would have helped this matchup a lot, right? Especially Sprite Burst, to be honest. Like a double score. Sprite Queen is definitely very interesting as well, though. I think it's fair to say. Generally, this is a card I'm actually quite interested in anyway and would quite like to test. The question is it better in this matchup than Sprite Burst? And is it actually better than Sprite Burst? Maybe. Steeramps 1. I wouldn't hate it. I actually wouldn't hate removing back off down to a 1 of, I think, as well. Back off's probably not been performing as much as we'd like. I think also like Decree doesn't. I'm still not totally convinced how much I like Charm that much either. It's definitely nice to have some backline removal. The main reason, honestly, I'm wanting to play Charm is because I got cooked by this card once. And Charm is kind of the counterplay. Having said that, they can just rebuttal the Charm. So is it even really that good of a counterplay? I'm not so sure that it is, right? Maybe I just accept that I don't really like the Charm that much, generally. I do like Consult the Past a lot as well, and Consult the Past would also improve that matchup a little bit, right? Quite a lot more, actually, than Premonition. The Premonition felt really bad in the matchup. Persian, thanks, buddy. You like my haircut? I did it myself. Can you tell? Can you tell I did it myself? I think you can, right? Oh well. I'm in the I do my own haircut era, but I'm gonna get a proper haircut before Barcelona. And he's for Blitz, nah. I think basically Sprite Queen is probably the card I'm interested in. Let's add Sprite Queen in. I think Sprite Queen would be nice. Generally. I might even add 1 to the main. I've been kind of interested for a while in playing like an additional. I was looking at Fae Folk, like 1 extra card that costs 7. We could also add Sprite Burst to the sideboard. It would also be a card that's pretty good against Aurora. I think we keep the triple Decree, to be honest. I actually think Sprite Burst main is also an interesting option, but let's try this. Let's try like the Sprite Queen test. Haven't actually tried her once yet. And I also want to replace one of the battlefields, which was not popping off, I think, like the 1 point less. Is there anything that would reduce our power costs? Treasure Hoard could actually be okay, honestly. Don't hate the sound of it. Conservatory could also be good for opponents. I don't think I like Paper Tree. I think it gives opponents too much benefit. Definitely don't like the Rockfall Path. Don't think we want Abandoned Tool or Soul Spring. Trapping Grounds, could that ever be actually good for us? I mean, if Trapping Grounds is the best thing, it's kind of cringe. What made you decide on 3 not so fast? Aurora, it's like probably the best thing against Aurora. But we main 2 not so fast because also like against Starcross decks, it's like against Diana, this card's really good. You have a bunch of like big Chungus guys, right? And also the thing is we play Heron as a big, like you don't really get to see the Heron pop off against the discard strategy, right? That's something we learned there. It's our first ever time playing against that deck. And I think that we learned a lesson that we need to be more teched for it. We had a very, very close win game 1, which I think on average we probably would have lost. But yeah, like not so fast with Heron is free. So, I mean, I think that's kind of all you need to know. And we're very vulnerable to Starcrossed. Ravenboom Student. I don't actually like the Clockwork Keeper very much, to be honest with you, so I'm not really a big fan of this card. I like Octopus more. I really liked the Octopus. The reason I have replaced the Octopus is I'm actually worried that the Octopus is so bad for us against Aurora, which is a matchup I'm quite concerned about already. So, what's a good one? I don't know. I'm not really sure there's that much stuff I like. I don't like Altar of Blood. Any suggestions, guys? I don't think this is that bad. Like, players can't score here for the first turn. I think it's like super fine, to be honest. Reaction costs more to play, sounds bad for us. Units of tank does nothing. I don't really like these add extra energy things. Kind of feels like it could backfire. Lonely Poro. Could be okay, don't hate it. Don't hate the sound of Lonely Poro. Don't really like the Clockwork Keeper much, to be honest. There is some Heron synergy there, though. Honestly, I could see the Lonely Poro. I can actually definitely see it. I wouldn't even mind playing 3 Lonely Poros, perhaps. To have a bit more retreat consistency. Kind of hate the Clockwork Keeper. I think it's quite bad. I really liked Octopus. Again, it's just I'm worried about how bad it is against Aurora. This is really good. I hate Rockfall Path. This was fine. Sunken Temple, I don't think is really worth it. Honestly, I could see it being Treasure Hoard. I think Treasure Hoard is probably quite good for us, right? We have a lot of power costs. I'm not really the biggest fan of these, like, both players can take advantage of the battlefields, to be honest. I really am not a big fan of that as a concept, but I think this is actually solid. No, Triple Heron's not too much. Card's great. I actually am tempted to try without back off. I just want to test maybe like the Sprite Burst and the Sprite Queen a bit more. I don't hate the sound of replacing the Clockwork Keeper. It's kind of dog. I don't really like the card. I liked the Octopus a lot. Could it ever be Watchful Sentry as well? What about Watchful Sentry? Why are we not playing Watchful Sentry? Isn't this card just way better? I would happily play 3 Watchful Sentries, mate. Just score some points, have something to retreat, have like some, yeah, I'm just going to send it, mate. I'm going to send it, and I'm going to put the Sprite Queens on the sideboard. And we won't play Sprite Burst for now. Oh, we have back off still in the main. Let's put 1 Sprite Queen in main because we want to give her a proper test and we have a back off on the sideboard. Can I try Watchful Sentry? I mean, look, it's just a 1-drop that replaces itself and is a retreat target. I kind of hate Clockwork Keeper. I think it's garbage. I do not like the card. I liked the Octopus a whole lot more, but it's so bad against Aurora that it's unplayable, I think. But Watchful Sentry seems perfect, right? Lonely is better Sentry, ain't it? Is it? Maybe. Is Lonely a better Sentry? Maybe. How much do I care about the stat? Is Lonely a better Sentry? I actually don't think so. Let me explain why. It's a really good question. What you want your 2-drops to do in this deck is you want your 2-drop to conquer so you can play Heron next to it. Which means that the Lonely Poro is not going to be a Lonely Poro. It's going to be an accompanied Poro with a big bird friend. So I think I just stick with the Sentry. I don't really care about the stat that much, I think. I just want the consistent draw. Also against like stuff like Charm, blah, blah, blah. Fey Folk. But yeah, so it's a good point. I'm just going to take a toilet break before we play the next game. Be right back in like 2 minutes. Alrighty then. Just move Octopus. Nah, you need, like, the thing is that you want your 2-drops. You want your 2-drops against Aurora. You need points. And you need retreat targets. Oh, we currently don't have Time Warp on the sideboard either, which is something that we had previously for Aurora as an idea. So maybe, do we have it like 3 decrees is a lot. We probably go down to 2 decrees. We'll drop the back off for now, and we're going to just put 2 Time Warps on the side. Let's keep let's keep the 3 decrees. Let's stick with my guts. I think I want 3 decrees against Aurora too. There's 1 Time Warp on the side. There's not really much Aurora in this current meta that I'm playing, in this like mini meta, right? That's not representative of local store experience, so I think that's fine. I mean, the thing is like, if you're running discipline, it's not the question. It's like, you're always running discipline. The card's so broken. It would be a crime not to play 3. I'm very happy actually with the Watchful Sentry. Seems really good to me. So that I've increased the count of 2-drops by 1, which I think is good. I just have an expendable 2-drop that can just be killed in any moment, in any way. Is this the same guy from the last game? Maybe. No, it's Victor. Where do we want this going, first or going second? I have no idea. I don't know on which order I'm supposed to go with anything, so let's just slam. Okay. We're going first. Bellows Breath's pretty good here, but I love Steel Paws, mate, to be honest. So I think I'm just going to mulligan both Bellows Breath. I can just go like Steel Paws opener, be aggressive. Might be a bit too aggressive. Getting rid of both Bellows Breath in this matchup is super controversial, no doubt about that. Maybe we open with Watchful Sentry. The thing is like scoring points sounds good, but... So we're going to go Find Your Center next time. We're going to be at 4. And we can go like Steel Paws, Find Your Center, so... Basically, my conclusion is like, the Watchful Sentry is better... Like, the Lonely Pour is better, like, early, and I think the Watchful Sentry is better elsewhere. Good start for the Watchful Sentry, I would say. Is it better than the Lonely Pour? No, it's exactly the same. Just kind of my feeling is likely to be the case. So we're tapping out a lot very early on. So whatever. Better than a Clockwork Keeper too, right? Clockwork, I mean, this is so much better than a Clockwork Keeper. It's unbelievable. I'm very happy we've come to the conclusion that the Watchful Sentry belongs. Like, you can tell that I'm confident it's the right call by the fact that I've just increased the count of 2-drops in my deck, right? I've actually replaced my 2 Clockwork Keepers with 3 Watchful Sentries. That's how good I feel about this card. Now, this is awkward because I would like to develop my Heron, but I simply cannot do that. So let's empower the Steel Paws. I mean, unless we're going to play Heron at base, which we could do. I think I just want to empower my guy instead, though. Give them a chance to react to the Nasus because they can. We're good. Don't think there's any risk here. There was a risk. Okay, I'm a noob. Didn't play around the hidden blade, which is a very newbie decision. Okay. They do have to... I mean, they de-ramp a lot. I think it's kind of fine. Copium. I haven't tried Sanction, no. I don't think I will either. I think the list is extremely tight. I don't think there's much room for anything. So they're going full aggro mode. I think we might be okay dealing with this. Oh, that's really good for us, because now I can develop the Heron. Do I want a gold? Doesn't count as a card played. Probably not at this stage. It's going to be like Heron, ready 2. Play Hourglass for free. Kind of tricky, actually. Is it ever not taking the Heron to get rid of their recruit? It's interesting. It's like the Heron reduction isn't that amazing. I mean, I can play Premonition. I think I'll just do this, right? There's still a question on, do I want the gold? So if I pay 1, it's actually a really important decision, because the gold's really, really valuable for us in the long term. So I go Heron. If I take the gold, I'm going to be down at 3. Play Premonition, recycle 1, hide this. I think I can take it. Doesn't count as a card. We could retreat the Steel Paws, to be honest. It doesn't do much. We can still replay it at base. It's better that way. We're basically just rejigging our position and ramping. I think that does the trick. We can double defy, basically. They can't win this turn, importantly, right? So we still want to try to hold if possible. But we'll have to see how it goes. I guess I can't defy the big guy, though, right? We might be in trouble. We'll see. Windwall is still like the main thing that we could also be looking at on the sideboard. Instead, we've gone for like the Sprite Queen. I think we see where this is going, though. Oh, wow, okay. That wasn't very good. They still have 1 open. We have no bellows. I flipping mulligan the bellows breaths. So they're basically just going for like a next turn conquer, which means we might be a bit cooked, right? I'm not really sure we're going to be able to do much about that. Steel Paws seems like the correct play. Actually, I say that. I mean, we could also just discipline it, right? Play Nasus instead. Might be better. I think we're just in trouble, right? Because I can't answer the decree. All the defies and no idea. And yeah, like the flurry or the windle would be so good there. They're definitely cards we're heavily considering for the sideboard. So if I empower the Steel Paws, I have 3 open. I could play like a 5-drop. It doesn't really do much. I think I'm just going to go for the Discipline. Woo! It's pretty good. Next card we play is reduced in cost. So we could just play Defy for free. Is it ever better to not so fast it since it's free? I need my Watcher, man. But I have no draw in this hand, right? Again, it comes back to that, like, oh my goodness, should we not just be playing Consult the Past? I mean, maybe not. I mean, it's free, so it's like, is Defy actually better in this matchup? I'm just wondering. I think it might be. So the question now is it empower the Steel Paws or is it develop the Nasus? I think we're going to slam the Bellows Breath here onto all 3 as well. I really don't know the answer. I really, really don't know the answer. My gut feeling is it might just be better to go for the Steel Paws, though. Could be totally wrong. No sign of the Watcher. I think we have to take the Bellows now, right, because of Decree. So only Bellows we're going to find. Sorry, I should do the gold. For sure we hide Hourglass. Let's see. I think the Bellows Breath might have saved us a bit here. We need some draw, bro. I might put the Consult the Past back in the deck because like the one of like flexible slot. What are we playing as a one of at the moment? Is it Sprite Queen maybe? Consult the Past is so good at times. Vice stun. Might beat us, right? We've got nothing in hand here. Absolutely nothing. Okay. There's a chance. Do we play the Scuttle Crab here? Probably, right? We can also retreat it, so. BAM! That's what I'm talking about. Is that the right totals? Yes. Nasus, ready to. Hidden Blade, probably right. Send the Watcher in first. I'm probably going to retreat my own Watcher if they Hidden Blade it. It's Wages of Pain. 2, 1. Doesn't do anything, right? No need to defy it. 2, 1. Oh, but they do get 2 recruits. So now the question is, what else do we do? I mean, we definitely put the Heron to the battlefield, right? We have to. We can also hide a card. We could also just play the card, though. We don't really gain that much by hiding it. We kind of do because of the Scuttle Crab. I could have also paid 1 to get a gold, but it's kind of redundant. Yep. Game 2. Woo! What a win. All right. Sprite Queen, in you come. You would think, right? Should be good. Don't think they have any gear we care about. Not so fast, didn't feel great. So Hourglass, Bellows, Defy, Discipline, Find Your Center. I don't think we need Not So Fast particularly. Premonition, Retreat, Heron, Scuttle Crab, Sprite Queen, Steel Pots, Watcher, Sentry. I mean, we could play a Not So Fast still, right? Like, I don't know if it's great to play none, but we can try it. We played this. Still don't know if this is better going first or second, to be honest with you. That's a really interesting one. I never get rid of the Steel Paws, and I think I always keep one of these. The question is which. Honestly, in this matchup, it might just be better to keep the Watcher, because they're pretty aggressive, and having like a powerful Reconquer play might be more. Maybe with the fact we've got 3 Sprite Queens in the deck, the Heron could save the priority, right? Not sure. Scuttle Crab, draw. Should be a little bit cautious of Bellows Breath. They don't actually have a blue rune currently, and it's also a deflect cost, so maybe it's fine. I definitely don't want to lose my crab. I think I'm actually just going to hold on. Controversial, but respect the Bellows Breath. Wouldn't they board out Bellows? I mean, Imperial Decree? Bellows? I don't think so. Maybe. I'm just going to be respectful. We don't really lose that much from it. You would think it's worth taking the gold here. The thing is like my play's quite nice, right? With Sentry and Steel Paws. I don't think I really need to develop the Steel Paws with any urgency, though. I think I'm going to take the gold. I think it's going to be worth a lot in the long run. Take a screenshot just in case they want to hide it. It's a pretty scary hand for them. If we're honest, it's like they would probably take the Sprite Queen, but we've got two of them. Sprite Queen looking really good, right, for these matchups. Discipline would be another nice draw. What's this app? This is TCG Arena. Yeah! Look at the hand hiding. I took a screenshot, man. Okay, hidden card, Wages of Pain. Whoa! The double. I mean, there was two Wages of Pain in hand. It's like, okay. It's not a very difficult one to maneuver our way through this one. We just send in the Watchful Sentry and then we just send in the Sprite Queen after the fact. I think. Unless we actually want the Sentry to survive, which I don't think there's any reason for. And then the question is, do we go for the Dredger or do we go for the Recruit? I mean, I think I'd just rather draw. I just don't care. Like, they have to send Ash in. It's better for us this way, right? That cost them a whole power to do. Wasn't a very good play. This is looking tasty, guys. The sideboard popping off. Bam! Still got two open. So the hand, there's a Stupefy. No, wait. I think we know every card. Do we? Zinzao. Stupefied Decree. Yeah, we know the entire hand. There's no Bellows Breath there. Sprite Queen is doing the business, guys. A lot of people have said to me, like, Sprite Queen's good in this deck. Have you considered it? And I was like, yeah, I have. But I'm not sure. But I'm seeing it. I still don't think I main deck it. Maybe main deck one. But I'm definitely seeing it to come in off the sideboard. And against Ezreal, I think it's going to be so... Like, we struggled against Ezreal a lot just then, right? Yeah, thanks, Oakley. Did I add my point here? Yeah. This is Wages of Pain. There's only one card we don't know about. We knew about him. So what don't we know about? We know there's a Stupefying hand still. Would be nice to have, and we know there's a Wages of Pain, would be nice to have Heron down. Could obviously be a second Stupefy, that would be the punish. There's like one card we don't know, right? Also, like moving Sprite Queen to the battlefield is kind of risky. I'd probably just play a second Sprite Queen, to be honest, right? It's kind of juiced. It is kind of juiced. Heron would be nice too. We don't need to take too many risks. I think like, whoops, double Stupefy is always kind of awkward for us. Right? But what's like... I guess we could send like Sprite in here, play the Sprite Queen, send another in there. I think that might be the better play, actually. We know it's wages of pain, but I don't really care, is basically the conclusion. Not totally convinced by this play, I guess. Not sure it made that much sense. Is it really double stupefy? This is what I was playing around with this line, to like minimize the potential value of double stupefy. Because like if we go in here with Sprite Queen, which is like the obvious play, we got giga punished. Okay. That's fine. That's gone. We think on the treasure hoard. This is also healed already. It's probably just free to take, right? Find your centers costing 1. Maybe we could have like sequenced this a bit cleaner because this only costs 1 and I kind of forgot about that. Might retreat the Sprite just to ramp here. Watchers, of course, coming back if we hold. Five Might Bird! Stop right now. Playing Sprite Queen is Nasus. Yeah, never mind. You're going to get trampled on. Huh? It's in my sideboard, mate. We literally just had this discussion that I've not been playing this card, but it's extremely good option on the sideboard for these exact positions. We just lost to Ezreal, and it's like, okay, how can we maybe try and improve this kind of matchup? And it's like, yeah, well, Sprite Queen's just sat there as an option, and she's been absolutely brilliant the first opportunity we've had to use her. I really do this, bro. 1v1 me on Rust right now. Sprite Burst is the other card we could be playing, but obviously this card basically just costs the same as Sprite Burst with the Nasus Legend. So you would think it's better. Sprite Burst I think is also interesting though, because you can contest the early board a bit better. If we hold, we get Watcher back. But they only have 6 stats, and I have 6 here with hidden and 1 open. They pay 1 for gold. Do we know the hand? We know that there is a Imperial Decree in hand. Which is rather scary. Do we just lose to Imperial Decree, maybe? It's possible. It's very, very possible. I'm not actually sure we're winning here, right? Now, Heron. I don't know if we can get the Heron value quite either. Let's just do this. I also have Dragon Form in the discard. Non-accelerated Watcher. How much do we pay for this? Wait, maybe it's Watcher. Maybe it's Nasus. I guess it's just Nasus, right? I didn't really do any maths. We find out what happens. I don't know. I think it's fine. Watcher in hand. I have Retreat. I have Hourglass available. I think we're winning, but let's see. Real men run Patchwork, Porobot, and Swain in their Nasus decks. Nasus? Hey, Michele, what's up, buddy? You're running a 6-cost guy in a Nasus deck, and you're criticizing my 7-cost Sprite Queen. Okay, buddy. And you're playing Patched Porobot. I think, mate, you are, in fact, lost. You are lost. Respectfully. I'm allowed to say that because you came in flaming me, when in fact, you are now the one being flamed. Respectfully flamed, of course. Decree and Bellows wins this. They have Decree. I think we're never beating that. Decree plus Bellows, right? We know they have Decree, and I don't think we know the other 2 cards. We don't. So, yep. Let's see. Sprite Queen popped off, though. The Sprite Queen that's making us get trampled on, guys. Don't forget. Sprite Queen in Nasus, you're gonna get trampled on, buddy. The rage bait is working. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm so mad right now. I'm ready to smash my head against the desk. Does Herontex ignore the sprite generated? Yeah, because the sprite is not a card, it's a token, which is a weird concept, right? They're also adjusting they're adjusting how tokens work further and like what it means to play a card in set 6, I think, in January. So I'm not sure how Heron works. It might be like a soft nerf to Heron, right? GG. Watchful Sentry was very, very good. I need to sort something out. I'll be right back. We'll queue up another game in just a moment. I just put back one of these microphones because it had been used for ages, and I totally forgot which one it was. Right, let me just reply to this guy's message, and then we're good to continue. I probably should stand up. Alrighty then. I mean, this seemed solid, right? Like, I liked the additions. I still think we could consider consult the past, but let's stick with the Sprite Queen and really give it a test. I kind of know what I get from consult the past. Haven't really missed it too much. It's definitely a solid option. I think Treasure Hoard was really good actually as well. Gotta say, I think Treasure Hoard was extremely good for us. It's kind of hard to work out if it's correct at times to take it, but that's just a skill issue, right? If I can't put it off, then it's my own problem. What do we go for? And that's still didn't really decide on what's good. I guess this is good for us going second. Is that true? It's like, I feel like this might be the best battlefield against them. This is probably the worst. So I like, when I don't really have a clear strategy, let's try and be a bit flexible. I have definitely tried Temporal Breach. It was in my very first builds. I think it's fine. I think Temporal Breach is really good if you play Rockfall Path, and I think Rockfall Path is really bad with Heron. Temporal Breach is a great card, but I don't know. I have to mulligan something, so I think I prioritize the Heron over the Sprite Queen, sadly. Now, interesting question is, do we go for the Watchful Sentry, or do we go for the turn 1 ramp? And I think like we take a 3-point, right? Let's go, Michele. GG. How much is the world box? I have 3 of the arcane ones, and I also have a Chinese one. Crazy. Do we want a Sand Soldier? Probably. There we go. Bing. Maybe we shouldn't have, I don't know. We go, bam. Boom. Double ramp. This might backfire a little bit because there's a good chance we don't get the Heron down if they conquer here with a little combat trick. But to be honest, like just developing Nasus sounds very fine anyway. I'm quite fine with that. I just developed Nasus, right? I mean, my gut feeling is we're fine to go for the Sentry here. The Hourglass is more tempting, but like there's no charm threat. They could do like some challenge type stuff, but it's deflect too. Nice one, Michele. I didn't get the World's Bundle, sadly. I skipped that one. I wasn't really interested in it myself, so I'm going to keep my Arcane stuff, to be honest. I love Arcane. I'm a big Arcane fanboy. That's what got me into it. But yeah, I think my best one is like my Chinese Arcane box, which I paid like 130 for, like January of last year. Chinese one. And I think it's like 2,000 almost. Maybe like 1,500. Yeah, playing around Cole is important for sure. I think Sentry's fine. Arcane box for friend with world box. Damn, okay. So we've got big bad boy Nasus in the building. We are for sure going to play the Heron. Weird old hand. This is why I'm still a little bit unsure about not having Consult the Past in the deck. You can kind of see what I mean. Do we want to ping the Watchful Sentry back? Not particularly, I think. I think I want to go here with the Nasus. I think I go here with the Heron, like splitting, I think is better. Because of punch first. Can play a card for free. Heron effect. The question is, what do we care more about protecting? I think the Nasus. We actually could have created the thingy as well, but I almost want the draw, right? This card's so good. What do you mean? Like, see why I'm not playing Lonely Poro, guys? Oh, did I forget to do that? Oops. I think I like did it, but didn't tap it right. Don't know. I think it makes not a big difference. Yeah, Rampage is scary. Did they pay the cost? Yes. So then the question is, oh, we so do it, right? We go Bing. And then Heron cost. Pay 0 for discipline. Broken! Oh. Are you kidding me? GG. Are you flipping kidding me right now? Heron effect. Draw 3. Probably empower the Steel Paws, right? I guess we could have moved it here first. Killing me who have less might than me. I don't think I really want to engage with that, but I could trigger the premonition again and just get the hourglass through. Maybe it's fine. We have Nasus, right? Threat for next turn. So we basically want to get the value from the hourglass. We could go like find your center, for example, or like discipline into premonition. Yeah. So we pull the sentries back because of the hourglass. We leave this battlefield open. We just leave the Heron there as a bait with the hourglass, right? We expect them to empower the Ambessa, who then gets the empowered effect. But we can pay 2 for discipline to boost the Heron up. We could then pay 1 power for premonition to draw 3. Yeah, I still do coaching Lizard Brain. Yep. If you guys want best of coaching, I'm actually like giga grinding this set. I played so much off stream this weekend. It was quite unhealthy. I banned myself actually from playing off stream for now. Not unhealthy, but it's like a bit just questionable with the if it's worth it. But I was working on a secret deck that I don't want to reveal publicly just yet. It's nothing like revolution or anything like this, but I'm of the opinion it's worth keeping things secret. My Annie brew. Oh no. How do you know? But yeah, I definitely do coaching. I haven't actually done any this set. I did Ivan coaching and Vi coaching predominantly last set. And with the best of Vi, we sadly, I say we, obviously it wasn't actually me, but we missed out on it by like 0.1% on the tiebreakers. I mean, the thing is here is I will just win. Wait, why did this ready? Okay, from this. So it's just 7. So now the question is it discipline? The answer is surely. When I move first. Sure. First mate in hand. It didn't move the ambassador in though. I think this just, I mean, you would imagine I have a dragon in hand, right? We can still react to that. We can obviously find your center or premonition here. We can react to the Rift Herald trigger, so we don't need to rush it just yet. We don't have not so far, sadly, but Elder Dragon! Crazy. Sadly, I don't have not so fast. So do we go premonition for... Yeah, I can't play this, right? I just play the premonition for 1 power. And I just leave the Nasus because I empower Nasus and it's GG. How big is this? So we pay 8 to empower Nasus. Ready to. Score twice. Oh, Elder Dragon. I'm a noob! Okay, that was bad. It is what it is. I found the line to lose, basically, right? I'm a noob. Let's see. They have 2 runes. We're going to be just fine. We just split the battlefields. Pay 1 for Find Your Center. Probably we just do the Find Your Center play first. See what we draw. Ooh. Defy seem kind of good. I think I still take the Find Your Center for another 1. Let's see. Surely we still win, guys, right? First mate. It's kind of good, but this Ambassador's not ready. It's not empowered. I think we're fine, right? Definitely made a meal of it, no doubt about that. I mean, the issue is empowering the Nasus, right? Like, I still probably needed to make a very similar play, but I just wasted 8 runes on empowering Nasus. Oh, that's a good find. It's like first mate isn't, and public execution. Yeah, we're chilling. Just defy wins. The 2-drop. I guess that's true. Doesn't win, but yeah, probably. It probably does win for all intents and purposes, because I can't take the Elder Dragon out. If they play the execution, they lose, and they probably just win if they make the correct play, which is this guy. This will win. Because I'm not going to be able to take the dragon out, right, unless I hit Watcher off the top. So it's 3 might. Did they recycle? They paid 1 energy, sure. So I just have to repeat a Bellows. We can so nearly finish it off, bro. So if I had like 1 more Bellows, I was fine, right? That's a good card. It's just a trade. Trade is good. GG! Woo! Never in doubt. Perfectly played, guys. They have the card Perfect Execution. Well, I have the Perfect Execution in the game. Kidding. I'm terrible. Giga trolled. Do we want Sprite Queen in this matchup? Let's think about this. I don't know. I think I definitely want the Decrees. They're broken. I don't know that Bellows Breath was that good here. It's like fine, but I think I might drop it, which is controversial. I don't know. Not sure about the sideboard strat, but let's give it a go. I think Lair might be best, so I'm just going to take the dice going second. That's a really good hand. Do I even need to drop anything here? Probably just Hourglass can go to try and find some of the big boys. We open Find Your Center. We go to 6 runes. We go like Scuttle Crab Sentry, something else. This card's very good. Okay. We definitely might regret taking the... Did I play that already? Whoops. What do I play in my deck? Ignore the part where we win if we don't empower Nasus. Empower Nasus? I don't remember that. I said, like, I wanted to save Rockfall Path. That's fine. They deramp for that. Super fine. Oh my god, look at this, bro. Draw. Are you kidding me? I love Watchful Sentry! Guys, I love Watchful Sentry. This is popping off. You guys think that the Lonely Poro is better than the Watchful Sentry? Are you kidding me, guys? Get out of here. This guy's much cuter as well. He may never see home again, but because of him, that home still stands. You know, that's what I'm talking about, guys. Have some respect. Do we ever sacrifice the Watchful Sentry at the Scuttle Crab to see the hand at this point? No. Bing! Bam! We actually might want a gold. I think we do, right? Bam. Bam. Gold. Where do we play the Heron? Oh, wait, we could, oh no, it's not dire, so it would be much better. Yeah, we can't do that, that's for sure. I mean, Ambessa is pretty scary. We have Not So Fast, though, which is really good. Ah, but we don't because I can't hide it. That's a bit stinky. Like, I don't have the... Well, no, I do, because Heron readies too. Sure. So we can Not So Fast. The problem is we don't actually have any Heron value right here. So there's... It's kind of questionable if we should even play it at the battlefield. I think we just play it at base, right? It's like, I don't really gain anything from it. Poro, Death Cuter, you guys are lost. Do you not see this guy? He may never see home again, but because of him, that home still stands. What does a lonely Poro do, mate? It just sulks. More like the sulky Poro. You guys would play a sulky Poro over a Watchful Sentry? Are you kidding me right now? Do they know this somehow? Yes, sabotage. I will take a screenshot just in case. It's just me noting it down, guys. You know, I'm just writing it down without actually writing it down. It's called saving time. The dragon! Dragon, these mate. That's not good. I think we're okay, though. Wait, did I have Not So Fast available for that? I am so bad at this game. I already said yes. It's my own fault. The good news is now they're not going to see the Not So Fast coming, guys. So I'm just 2 steps ahead. I'm not. I'm 7 steps behind. I'm actually just 7 steps behind. This, sadly, reminds me of what I did at my last regional qualifier, unfortunately, which is where I was holding one up for a retreat in a really tight match against Kaiser, against a guy that had just top 8'd the last event. and they falling starred me or something, or singularity'd me, and I just was like, yep, okay. And then I go to ready for turn, I'm like, oh. Sadly, not my first time making this kind of fumble, but the stakes were a lot higher in that moment, and I made the fumble. Oh, well, I guess. I think we just play it, right? It's like, whatever, okay, you can know it's there, it's fine. Hello, Holman, what's up? How do you do? Climb to rank 1 with my meme Gwent decks. What meme Gwent decks? I never built any meme Gwent decks. I built meta breakers. No, that's not true. Actually, I mean, I built a few. I mainly built meme decks, though. They're at 6. That's not good. That ain't good, mate. Would Bellows Breath be that good here? Not really, to be fair. Not really. I think we just Heron, right? Heron ready. Yeah, it's fine. Can play Nasus as well. We basically have to try and thread the needle here between... We kind of need the not so fast. It's a tricky spot. I want to play the Nasus, but then I can't not so fast. If I just leave my board like this, surely I just lose. I mean, what would have been awesome is to have played my not so fast about 10 turns ago. Sadly, I just threw the game. I mean, if I go Watcher, I can't not so fast. If I go Nasus, the concern is, right, if I go... Can I ever, if I go Nasus here and just go for the Giga Hold, can I have a double Watcher next turn? I'll be at 12 runes, right? 12 runes, Watcher for 8, ready 2, it's basically 6, so I would have 6 left. Wait, I can go double Watcher accelerated, right? Because it's costing me a total of 16, reduce. If the Heron sticks, I can do it. The Nasus is not going to recycle anything because of Heron effect. What did I even play this turn already? I can't actually remember. I guess it was Watcher. I'm so confused, I can't remember. I got nothing. I can't not so fast anymore. We might just lose anyway. I don't know. They knew 2 Watchers, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. You would imagine we're going to be in trouble here regardless. But let's see. We're giving it a spin. We can literally double Watcher. Sacrifice on that, really. Okay, let's see. Gets played to base. So I'm kind of happy with that, I think. Oh, maybe I'm not. You can't split damage, right? Oh, you can with Dragon for some reason, just because reasons. Yeah, I trolled. Look, my not so fast in hand. I was saving it for later. Fair play, though. I respect they're playing Dragon without... I think I'm still going to cut the Bellows. Just keep the same list, I think. I trolled this game, it is what it is. I think we were in an okay spot before that. Game 3! Time to clutch up and recover from my great error. That's not a very good hand. Probably, right? Ooh, Scuttle Crab and a dream. Scuttle Crab, Scuttle Crab. I mean, kind of like the idea of just sending the crab in and passing, right? I mean, of course. It's like, I'm trying to make it sound like some kind of technical genius play. It's not very technical. The thing is like, if they go here, oh! They activated my trap! Bam! The Scuttle Crab! He cannot be defeated! Okay. Sure. Info, please. Is that a good hand? I don't know. I'm not really sure, mate. I am very sure that I'm happy I have Find Your Center here. Bam! Draw. We could also just discipline now to like cycle it, but it's probably Hourglass, right? And better. Kind of like the look of Nasus, if I'm honest, with Dragon in hand. I think Nasus is chilling. I don't really think there's any great reason to play anything else. Go Nasus, ready 2. It's kind of chill, right? Obviously, Heron is still tempting, though. But I think we can just Heron the following turn. And get the deflect guy down. Definitely hold for Not So Fast as well, just in case. I don't know. We could have played another Hourglass, but maybe I should have. Might regret it. I think it's also nice to hide, though, to be honest, to trigger the Heron easily. I probably should slow down a little bit. You know, I ran into some issues in the last game because I was playing too quickly, so... I think we're super fine just slamming the Nasus here, right? Okay, this is where we need to really slow down a little bit. They could, if we play anything to base, they could definitely make things a little bit awkward for us. We're going to hide the hourglass. I'm sure of that. Do we ever want to... I think we just hold the retreat open, right? YouTubers always make the price of premonition skyrocket. Wow. Bro, can you relax? Why are you crying? Squad 2, shot, thanks. I should take my time on this one. My gut feeling is like sentry crab is good. Let's go crab. Draw! We're going to hide the hourglass. So then next turn, I think we should play this guy too. This sounds about right. This is kind of me vibe playing like usual, but it sounds about right. We can basically play like not so fast discipline, or we could do like not so fast defy retreat, or like not so fast defy. We've got a lot of nice options. If you're wondering how, because of the heron. I love the heron. Big bird. Dragon added to hand. Here comes maybe sacrifice. We've got a lot of runes. Cool deck, you have to say. Always nice seeing a dragon non-Aurora build. I respect it. Anyway, I'm not a YouTuber, mate. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. Are we happy to defy the sabotage? The problem is like the not so fast is so good, right? I think I'm fine defying it. The question is do I want to get the cost reduction from this? It's the not so fast I really want to keep. You just making all these cards go up in value. You mean like good cards go up in value? Wow. Bro. I think you need to give your head a wobble, son. I don't really want to deramp. Let's risk it. Let's go for the hourglass and then defy for free. Then if they slam dragon, BAM! Not so fast. I mean, I might not care that much, right? We'll see. Yeah, Zonya is really good in this deck because you hide it and it has a lot of synergy with Heron. Like here we just revealed our hidden card, right? And we get to... So they go for the Scuttle Crab to try and brick our hourglass. So we retreat it, right? Perfect. I love retreat, mate. What an insane card. And I just got to ramp. Just because. Just because. That makes me happy. Steel Paws Discipline seems reasonable. Steel Paws Discipline, save the Watcher. I think so. Punch First might hurt a bit, but let's see. Next card is reduced in cost that we play. So not so fast, will cost nothing here. Look at all this D-ramp. Bam! Not so fast for free with Heron. Oh my days. That feels good. That feels pretty good, mate. We did snooker ourselves a bit, though, in the lair. We can't... That feels pretty good. Not gonna lie. I like that. What do we do, though? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Do we just pass because of Heron? I don't know. We could just go for the find your center still. I'm a bit anxious about leaving these guys at the base for the hourglass. We could just find your center now, meaning that we could... But then what about the Heron reduction, right? I think it's fine to just pass. Could have played this and this. Sabotage. So yeah, we defy that. Sadly. I think we're about to get cooked by the flurry, right? Next card we play costs 2 less because of the Heron. We can also play it like if it gets removed from the board, right? But the good news is if Flurry of Feathers is one of the cards in hand, like we still keep most of our guys. So I guess they pass. Heron effect, pay 1. Come on, discipline! Ooh, another defy is good. Oh, this is also only 7, right? Where's our flipping decrees, bro? We play 3 of the bad boys. So the dragon dies, but both of these guys die. What do we want more, the Nasus or the Heron? I feel like the Heron might have earned its value already, right? Probably keep the big deflect guy. I'm actually a little bit scared about this Elder Dragon. GG, they say, okay. Whew! The play was probably just send the Watcher in first. Maybe actually send the Steel Paws in first. Like, basically the Flurry is the concern, right? But we just send, like, 1 in at a time there so we don't get punished by Flurry too hard. Yeah, only so with the Elder Dragon, there's a rule that you can split the damage. That's a nice win. Just by a very big misplay at one point. So Windwall is still like we didn't draw this card. It would have been so good. It's weird. I've sideboarded this in as a 3 of like 4 times now, and we've literally never drawn one of them. That's a bit weird, right? That is a bit weird. But there we go. These games take quite These take a long time, so I'm going to just take a wee break because I have the bladder of a small child. Gotta say, with tough opponents, it is a lot funner to stream, man. Like, yeah, it's less tiring. It's kind of like cringe when you're trying to stream and you're playing against people that just clearly don't know what they're doing respectfully, you know? I'm really enjoying it. Battlefield seemed good. I'm actually pretty impressed with Treasure Hoard. I'm a bit of a Treasure Hoard hater. I don't like... Basically, what I'm looking for with Battlefields is I'm really looking to abuse the heck out of them. I'm really looking to abuse them. It's a very loud desk and a very slow desk. It's so slow. But yeah, I think tech seems solid. Do you like Temporal Breach? No. Rockfall Pass so bad with Heron. We played Temporal Breach initially, but I think it's a trap. The card's good. I just think it's better in other decks. I don't know. Like, it's definitely strong, and it's something you could consider. But Rockfall Path is so bad with this card. It's unbelievable. I just don't think it's worth the hassle. I really like this card. I want to play it. But I think, like, if you want to play Rockfall Path with Breach, I don't really think you can play Heron as well. It's so easy to counter if somebody knows what they're doing. You don't really have much choice over which battlefield you're in control of, right? The thing is as well, is like, even though the Breach is nice, I don't think it's that much better than the other cards I'm already playing. That's just rude. Don't they know this is a family-friendly stream? What the flip? Let's just go Treasure Hoard game one. I still haven't really decided what the plan is. Rek'Sai, I haven't played against Rek'Sai in a long time. You would think it's just this, right? Don't like mulliganing Watcher. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please give the stream a like. I am also offering coaching if you guys are interested. Okay, so interesting question here is if we slam the find your center or if we go bing bam. It's a really important decision, no doubt about that. If we go find your center, we get to 6 next turn. And then if we were to like find retreat, we could do it. I think we could sacrifice a point in the like most likely they would just conquer us anyway, so I think I would rather ramp. Ooh, rewarded. Now we can double ramp. I think that's like the main reason to do it. I just don't think we're getting that much by getting a point at this stage, right? It's like, okay, we get a point, whatever. They take a gold. It's not nice seeing our opponents profit off our battlefields. So we have to keep an eye on the treasure hoard. Not so. I really don't like the battlefield. I've got to say, I do not like playing battlefields my opponents can use. I really try and avoid that at all costs. Oh my days, look at that. We probably are just supposed to ramp as much as possible. The retreat could be useful later. Let's not forget. Find your center. Steel Paws, retreat, Steel Paws. Sounds pretty good. Bam! And this is why you play 3 of this and 3 of this. This card might be the best card in the whole deck. It's so good. Like, there's some really interesting things going on with this deck with like, this card is probably the card I underestimated the most, the Nasus Ascended. The card is actually pretty good. A big part of the value of this card, I've kind of said it already in the stream, the hit under Titan. And the Nox, that was crazy. Nox is hopeful for free, basically. Crazy. Under Titan's so good, man. Rek'Sai is definitely a deck I would probably really enjoy playing. Bad news for them. It's called Watch Your Bellows Breath. Come on, play. Another one! Excuse me. So, do we want to accelerate to score a single point? It's not just a single point, though, because it's also a single point that then allows us to retreat afterwards and also get a gold. We are going to be Bellows Breathing, so do we want to deramp 4 this turn? I think probably not, right? I actually think we might just sacrifice a point. So if we go Watcher for 7, I ready to, I got 5. I could go like, I have to, yeah. I mean, I can still play everything if I don't. How much do I want to deramp? Not very much. I think we don't go for the 1 point. 1 point for 1 deramp, basically, is the question. I think we're not in a rush to win this game. And actually getting this down is quite important too. We could have still done it. I just think we're not in a rush. Like, we don't have to care about point pressure. We're just looking to like win a big, slow, grindy game here. It's kind of our objective. The hand is extremely good as well, right? It's a really, really good hand. Oh, I love this card. Do we ever make use of the Hall of Legends? No. At least I don't think so. Bing. 7. Go to 2, go to 4. We can't play this, so no. do we make... So we can just go there for now and then decide on the gold when I have a bit more brain capacity. 7 for the heron. Nasus trigger. Ready 2. I am a little bit worried about moving the Watcher in. I'm not going to lie. Surely it's worth it though, right? And you would imagine with this hand, it's not worth creating the gold. It's a bit dicey. I can't lie. It's not looking superb. I don't want my heron to die. Yeah, we could have played this for free, but alas. Oh, the next card is discounted. Wait, did I get any discount? Doesn't make a difference, right? But it just makes us a bit more ominous. You can also see why I kind of want to play the Consult the Past. Interestingly, the one of Sprite Queen is the thing we're thinking about making a Consult the Past. Like, if you miss the Premonition, you just can definitely run out of steam. And the Consult the Past is so good with the Heron. I do think I might just end up adding it back in and putting the Sprite Queens back on the sideboard. I've had a pretty strong feeling that one of Consult the Past is really good in this deck for the longest of times. I also think I kind of hate the Treasure Hoard. I'm just not really sure there's much I prefer. And I say I hate it, let's be honest. It's fine. I just hate playing a battlefield my opponent could ever conceivably get some value from. I really don't want to do that. Okay, seems good to me. We go Steel Paws. And then Nasus at base, right? For the Heron reduction. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ready 2. Then the question is, do we just pull stuff back? It's a real shame we can't... I definitely don't want to let them conquer so willy-nilly, but the thing is they're pretty far behind. I think it's kind of fine. I paid the discount here. I paid 6 and ready 2. I think I'm always pulling these guys back. These guys I'm not so sure on. Maybe this is a big mistake. The thing is that by pulling back, they get to play... Yeah, I think it's fine, right? I think it's fine. And I don't think I care that much about that. I kind of want this to die, almost. I think I don't care about the Scuttle Crab dying, though. I want to use the Scuttle Crab as a bait. I almost want the Watchful Sentry to die here, and I want something to be able to discipline, potentially. The thing is if they conquer twice, they don't get to trigger this twice, right? So I think it's fine to just double pull back. We're playing Varmor. Rockfall Path's really bad in this deck because of Heron. This is like a safety first play of like, I'm not really too worried about the position. Oh, I forgot about Hall of Legends. LOL! What a noob! Oh well, we live and learn. Fair play. So we should have just stuck at the hall, right? BAM! Surprise! We could retreat, but we don't actually ramp from it, so I won't. Do I want to kill the Inferno or the Manufacturer? Probably the Manufacturer. I will draw one. I think my play was quite questionable in the end because I missed the Hall of Legends. We're probably fine though. Copium. But yeah, they're still only at 5. That's the really good news for us. There's a good chance I actually slammed the flipping Nasus here. No, there's definitely not. There's actually 0 chance I do that. We don't get Heron reduction. Sprite Queen feels a little bit weird in this spot, but I mean, we're basically just going for the Giga Hold, right? Which is a bit of a spooky position to be in. You're very welcome. I want to play the Scuttle Crab. Draw. Okay, I think I'm quite fine to just slam this now. The main question is, do I want a gold? And I think like I really couldn't care less about gold. Wait, is that correct? Am I at 7? Sure. I am doing literally no maths. That makes more sense. Yeah. My play might be kind of troll in this case. But never mind, let's see. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, well. Let's just see what happens. This is so bad. It might just be fine, but I think it's really bad. They're only at 5. I'm playing it as if they're at 6. And I'm at 6 and I'm playing it as if I'm at 7. Whatever. I haven't eaten yet today. It's my excuse. Cheers. I need to drink more water. Mental fatigue and like blunders are a very big issue for me generally though. Yeah, that's for sure. Something to work on. I'm definitely a deck builder first, player second. You know, it's also what I like casting. What could they have that? Yeah, I have not so fast. So they go on this twice. I mean, you would imagine that it's just not so fast. I don't have many cards in hand, right? Next card we play is reduced by Heron, so I can retreat for free. Not that it's particularly good. I could have retreated first and then not deramped for the not so fast, but it really doesn't matter, right? Like I'm free to retreat. Probably would be on the Scuttle Crab if we go for it to gain some info. It might matter if we draw off Sentry, right? If we draw off Sentry before we play Retreat. So they got 14. We have 11. 17. I have 17. I think it's fine, right? Whatever. So we don't get to see what's in their hand, but I think we don't really care, frankly. Maybe I should care. But we have the Watcher in hand. These cards could come in accelerated. They didn't play anything yet this turn because it got not so fasted. So the Noxus Hopeful should cost the full amount, right? Legion still triggers if last card is countered. Really? Am I lost? I didn't think it worked that way. I feel like it might be working that way in January. Legion works like that? That's so weird, man. It's so confusing with like playing. I really need to know these kinds of things. Why does Legion work like that? So we could go Heron at base. Base, you could play Watcher for free. I think I just slammed the Watcher though, right? Do we play this first? I think so, right? Let me think about it a bit harder. Steel Paws does not get a Heron reduction. If I go Heron first here, Watcher costs me 2 less, but it's like not... I think I'm supposed to. Six. No power cost because of Heron. Ready 2. I don't know if I was supposed to play this. Now I can't empower this guy. Hidden Blade. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're in a totally winning position, right? Don't think there's really a line to take there. I think the game was over. Right, Rek'Sai. It's red, yellow, so we're not bringing Decree in. The not so fast was fine, to be fair. Is there really anything I need to change? Not sure I care for the Sprite Queen. I think I just bring in another not so fast. We played Treasure Hoard already. Let's go for this one next. So I think the reality is there's like no line that was losing, right? So just do whatever. I don't like not mulliganing 2. I do get a bit worried about mulliganing Premonition, but I think I go for it still. So it's another one of those situations. Do we go Scuttle Crab or this? And I think you always ramp first, as then you kind of have more options the following turns. It's like also in the last turn, like I had a Watcher, so why not just slam it, right? Who cares? What's the worst that could happen, really? So we go Scuttle for sure. Draw. They could Falling Star us, but it deramps and doesn't really do much. We are in a bit of an awkward spot. Have to wonder if getting rid of Sprite Queen was actually correct in this one. Triple not so fast, triple Defy seems a bit excessive. I mean, was there any reason actually to even keep Defy? There's the signature spell, right, which we didn't see. I think it was fine. I don't know about the third not so fast. This card's really good. The Escaped Greyback. Very, very strong. Could they have done the Dias still? I guess they would have maybe had to have announced it if they were going to take it. I'm kind of interested in just pumping up the Steel Paws. Do I want it on the battlefield though? I don't know. I definitely want this. Do I? Because of Cold a Week? I do need to be a little bit cautious of Cold a Week. I think we're going to hide the Hourglass. Let's just do this first and see what happens. Definitely bottom deck that. You would imagine we just keep the Heron on top, right? I don't know. I honestly might just replay the Scuttle Crab. I don't really know that I want to engage in their nonsense right now. I think it's fine. This protects us a little bit from Cold a Week. Haven't got much experience playing against Rek'Sai. Surely they're trolling. Bro, I mean, I almost want to tell them, like, not the cat? Question mark? It's like actually so good against the cat. Holy moly. It does deramp them one additional, but surely it's worth it. I'm so confused. I guess they're going to call the week. That's why. There you go. But still. That was Nox's hopeful, right? Fair enough. It's a good play. We're pretty far behind. Very different game to last time. Not exactly sure why. You would imagine this is a bad matchup, in fairness, right? Like, my goodness. Just such an aggressive deck. We watch a Bellows Breath from last game. That's why it was so easy, right? Yeah, we watch a Bellows Breath punished them. And maybe got a little bit too confident as a result of that as well. I think it might be fair to say. Might have given us a false sense of security because I didn't properly evaluate why it was so easy. Or so comfortable would be a better turn of phrase. I have no idea what they're doing, but yeah, sure. 2 floating. Oh, Titan, yeah. The Under Titan. I don't have a Defy, even if I wanted to. They are playing very heavily into our Watcher again. If they give me another reactor window, I might just play the Discipline to cycle. Oh, I already did it. You know, can't take it back now when I've seen what I draw. That would be so toxic. I mean, you would think the plan here is Watcher. The question is, can we Heron Watcher? Heron basically reduces costs by 4, right? So it's like, we basically have 15 runes, so I can. Wait, can I? Because I need to Bellows Breath as well. So if I go Heron, I go down to 4. I'm just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Heron, I go down to 4. I ready to, I go to 6. 6, Watcher Bellows, but I want to repeat the Bellows. So I think I can't do it, right? Find your center, we don't want, that's for certain. Defy is fine. And they have Blood Rush in hand. We're not going to draw the Defy actually in time for the Blood Rush, though, so most likely we just bottom deck it. There's also an interesting question on if we should Watcher at base, if we should accelerate the Watcher. I actually might go for some point pressure at this stage and accelerate the Watcher. So it's repeated. I go 1, 2, 3. And then it's 1, 2, 3. I don't think with the bellows breath I can trigger the death target the death now. Right, so repeated. We go 1, 2, 3. And then we go 1, 2, 3. Also, something like this, right? So it just leaves the 2 recruits. I don't think I can target the recruits. You guys might be able to correct me on that. But I'm sure we pay 1 to Bellows Breath, the other 2. Seems fine enough. This is game 2. We won game 1, so we've managed to stabilize quite nicely. But it's definitely not over. It's fair to say. Vi's scary. We can not so fast the living daylights out of the Vi, though. So we go Heron. The question is, where? I think here, right? I think premonition's pretty important. If they go for the Nasus here, like they double commit to the Nasus, what we're going to do is we're going to, I mean, it's going to obviously come back, but we're also going to retreat the Watcher. Retreat's just so flexible. It's just never bad. Yeah, premonition's really good. You can play Consult the Past as well, but it's like, Consult the Past is a good card. But yeah, if you're playing the Heron, you do need the premonition, I think. You could play 2 premonitions. 3 is heavy, but you can see why I play 3 as well, right? It's like, you're a combo at the end of the day, right? Playing like less than 2 copies of a lot of the key pieces, I think is just a really big mistake. I'm a big 3-of kind of fan generally, but there's obviously a lot of value in this game of playing 1-ofs. But there's like a reason I'm playing 3 Heron, 3 Watcher, 3 Bellows, 3 Retreat, 3 Scuttle, 3 Thingamajigambabobba, right? I'm just trying to like have the deck functioning as consistently as possible and all the cards working together. Rexan 10 runes and 6 cards in hand. Ah, it's fine. Yeah, I used the second Bellows on them. Figured the Bellows wasn't getting any better. And plays around Vi quite nicely, right? They can't send Vi in. So we can double Not So Fast and Defy. Crazy! Excuse me. Double Not So Fast and Defy, guys. Like, yeah. Get countered, son. The counters are so good with the Heron. We can only do that though if the not so fast is the second card we play, right? Otherwise I can only play one not so fast. If not so fast is the first card and not the second card, I can only play one. Wait, is that true? Yeah, that is definitely true. And we were talking about earlier, like, oh, was it actually the right call to bring in the third not so fast for this matchup? Well, I think it was. And the plan here is that I've sent the Watcher, the Heron down alongside the Watcher. Okay. I mean, we probably just defy that. Having said that, how much do we care? This is a really important decision point, right? We can see they have Blood Rush, which is +4. I think we probably just let it die, actually. I don't know. I want to be safe. This could be a game-losing decision. But I think it's fine. I have Retreat on my Watcher. My next card is going to be free. Yeah, double. There's the Deflect. And I'm going to not so fast this for free. There's an Inferno. Did they pay double? Why does it say sent a card? I guess it was face down or so. Sorry, it should be like this, right? No, I didn't defy. I didn't defy. Now they go Blood Rush. I defy that. It might have been better to go for it. It was very greedy. Does greed pay off? Oh, I didn't play a spell. Oh, sorry. I should be like this then. My bad, guys. Thank you. So, I kind of cooked myself with this line, right? You know, I said that the not so fast needed to be my second card, not my first. Am I dead? I definitely can't retreat my Watcher just yet. Wait, why did they draw? Oh, 7. Sure. Might have trolled. Why not defying it? You can see why I wanted to hold the Defier, though, to be fair, right? Ooh. That's the one we defy, right? Is it, though? How much do we care about Inferno dying? How much do I care? So if I don't defy it, they can Blood Rush. Blood Rush. Rek'Sai's 8. But I defy the Blood Rush instead. But defying the Blood Rush is better, surely. We want to retreat the Watcher, it's true. But I can't retreat the Watcher in this case. I shouldn't have thought so long. I should have been more confident. Because now I can I kind of telegraph that I might be fine. But maybe they just don't go in for it. Okay, they can just do it like that, right? Sure. Unfortunately, I cannot win anymore. Because I can't accelerate my watcher. I think I'm cooked. They just go here, right, and hold, and it's GG. I literally can't retreat my watcher. But I don't need to anymore because I have the Bellows Breath, which saves me. Good news is I still have retreat for my watcher here as well. What a game, honestly. Call the week would be really good for us. Did they give us a react window? No. But now we win. Yeah, now we win. We have to draw first, then trigger. And this is why you play retreat. Retreat for the win! Retreat wins games. Retreat wins games. Did I forget about my Heron effect? Maybe. Ooh, Nasus is on top. Nasus is on top. I still don't know about Treasure Hoard. And I'm still not sure if I like the Sprite Queen in main or if I could ever bring in... This is edgy as well. I don't know. I don't think I'm ever bringing it in, even against Aurora. I'm not sure. The theory is that maybe you can win with it against Aurora. I think I want to put the Consult the Past in. I think it's correct. My mind's telling me it's correct. Now, let's just take another quick look at the battlefields. Yeah, Heron is still active after dying. Okay, so I almost threw. Thank you, thank you. Where's the rule for that? It's because Heron triggers because it's when you play your first card each turn. If I'm at a battlefield, your next card costs 2 and 2 power less. So it's a trigger. The gold is fine. I'm still not totally sure I like it. Sunken Temple could be okay. Kind of don't like it either. I hate playing battlefields my opponent can take advantage of. I still don't know that I hate the Forgotten Monument, if I'm honest. I'm still not convinced I hate it, but I don't like it, but I don't love it. We do get a tiny bit of value from that, but very little. We don't get any value from this. There's not much, is there? I think we just stick with it. It seems okay, the Treasure Hoard. Just a slight tweak, which is we remove the Time Warp from the equation and we put the Consult the Past, I do believe belongs in the deck. And we put the Sprite Queens on the side. Is this a rematch or something? It's like kind of weird. guess it's fine. Thanks, guys, for being here. If you guys want coaching, how's Aurelia and Kenan? I don't know about... Kenan, I think, is super fine. I don't know about Aurelia. I imagine Aurelia is probably not great. Another flipping Rek'Sai. I think Treasure Hoard's quite good for them, so I'm going to use it for the game I go second. Pretty simple mulligan there, I think. Discipline and not so fast go. Holy Scuttle Crab. I love you, Scuttle Crab. I'm really happy we're playing triple Watchful Sentry now as well. We've made some pretty big calls. We're not playing back off currently, which back off had performed pretty well for us at points. Okay, this is a really important turn to sequence correctly. So we can go Scuttle Crab, bam, right? Get a thingamajigger. Yeah. Surely. Replay the Scuttle Crab. The question is, do we also pay 1 to retreat the Scuttle Crab? And I think the answer is yes. Just make sure they're okay with all that. Cool. So we could go for the Watcher Accelerator. We could go for... Wait. No, I can't. I can just play Watcher. That's fine. I mean, we have a lot of like not so fast. I don't know. Aurelia's a seriously gross deck, right? I'm not sure we've got that much against it in the grand scheme of things. I'm sure it's not terrible, but I'm not convinced it's good either. We're probably just going to be like developing Scuttle Crab, Watchful Sentry this turn. We're not in a rush of any kind. This was actually... Whoa, we can almost get the big guy down too. We could obviously watch and non-accelerate, but that sounds really bad. We could go like Steel Paws, pay 4 for Consult the Past. Yeah, I can share the deck in a second. I think it might be exclamation mark deck, to be honest. Should be there. Let me know if not. So, also, guys, if you like the deck on Piltover Archive, like if you like the deck, I think upvoting it on Piltover Archive probably is something I should start asking you guys to do. I mean, I think this is just super chill. It's like, we could not so fast, potentially, if we care. Best of Vi. Vi is so bad, it's sad. I love Vi. There's a chance I also go best of Vi at points, but I need to try and qualify first. I'm a Vi fanboy. I played a lot of Vi. It's really bad though, sadly. Falling Star. So there's an interesting question. Do I care? I mean, do I care? Honestly. Probably. I can still like watch the next turn, right? Do I care? Probably. The thing is like, the Steel Paws can't conquer. I kind of need this guy to conquer. I'm going to watch it accelerate. I kind of hate it, but whatever. Don't think it's that good. Oh, poor me, I'm so sad. I think it's good also because of Colder Week, right? Okay, they pull this guy back. We're probably not going Watcher anymore then. We're just going to be going for the Steel Paws in power. I love Steel Paws. This card's so good. How is this fair? Crazy. I love this card, man. It's so nice. You can go Bing. Sand Soldier. Pick up Scuttle Crab. I guess we just replay the Scuttle Crab. Possibly here, because it's a point. Possibly here. And possibly Hourglass. Tapped out. Let's see. Hello, Wasabi. Win-loss ratio of the deck. What's the score today, guys? I think... Ooh, that's pretty scary. I think today we lost 2-1-3 or so. Something like this. Under Titan's so good. We need our Bellows Breath. It's also very possible I was supposed to hide Consult the Past there. I don't know. Like, Bellows Breath is really, really good for us, but... I should actually update this. This is 8. This is 1. This is 2. Super fine for us, right? Like, should be at 3, maybe. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. What would I do without you, Jacob? $14, 19. I have 11. My hunch would be that it's correct to just kill the 2 big guys, right? It's not like I have Bellows Breath available. But also, is there like... Yeah, I think it's just correct, right? It's these 2 guys. 14. Oh, I have... Oh yeah, it's just this guy and this guy then. Fine. Nine. Okay. Sure, so I just kill this guy. Yeah, it's a nice play by them, right? Falling Star and Under Titan, they kind of bricked. So this is 3, this is 4. I've got 7 here. Watch it, accelerate, GG, right? Probably. Still have no Bellows Breath, though. They're at 5. Let's just be methodical. Nah, let's just have the Watcher. Who needs to be methodical? I should have been. I should have gone like find your center first. Did I add 2 points? Find your center cost me 1. Probably worth it, right? Discipline's kind of good. We have another watch it in hand. I don't need to be too greedy here. It's actually a pretty difficult decision. I mean, Under Titan's going to pump everything up. I'm pretty vulnerable. I kind of need draw for the Bellows Breath, right? So I probably just hide, consult the past, and I probably hold the rest for a discipline, for example. Not sure we gain much by playing the crab just yet. Rather have a combat trick up my sleeve. Consult the past really showing its worth here. I think it's fair to say. It's like it would be a Sprite Queen otherwise. I'm not really sure that I need it. I think that like Sprite Queen's a nice option off the side for sure. But yeah, I don't think it's a main deck card. They played it very well, didn't they, with their turn in the war camp. It's also a nice play. So I don't really gain anything from the discipline here. We could, of course, retreat the Watcher. I already have a Watcher in hand. They're going to move in with 7, which is actually 9, and the discipline's much better there. Fortunately, they can't play any of that. Would have been really scary. Call the week in that spot might have killed us off, but as it stands, we're all right. Do they take the risk? I mean, you got to say the discipline's extremely telegraphed here, right? Can they do that before they see it? I don't know. I think maybe. Okay, there's the Bellows. Just in time. GG. This goes to 2, right? Yeah, that should be GG. Wasn't this game 2 already? Am I lost? Was this really game 1? It's because we already played against flipping Rek'Sai. Was that really game 1, guys? It's because I just had a best of 3 against Rek'Sai. It felt like game 2. I think it was game 1. Okay. Do I bring in the not so fast? The Sprite Queen? I don't know. Kind of like what we have going here. Quite like the Consult of the Past. We don't know if they play Vi, right? Maybe you play Falling Star, though. I think I'm going to bring the not so fast in. Let's go treasure hoard going second. Save the lair for when we go first. Did they already play this? These Rek'Sai matches are blurring into one. Astro Heron better than Sprite Queen. I personally think so, yeah. That's a hand. So the question is, do we keep the Defy or the not so fast? We always keep Bellows. My gut feeling is actually we keep Defy because there's two of them. You know, Defy is pretty useful against their signature spell. Oh! I love the crab! Ooh. Is that just better? I don't know. Is it better? 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 I think it's better because it's a bit more flexible and like the runes. It's basically the same thing, right? But the retreat's always a little bit flexible, whereas like find your center is just doing that. I'm still very unconvinced by Treasure Hoard, by the way. Could have actually considered playing the Watchful Sentry down instead of the Scuttle Crab, right? I think it made no sense to go for the crab. I guess we get info. The main way of losing this matchup is by getting overrun in the early game and not finding Watcher Bellows. So we've got the Bellows. It's just kind of about finding the Watcher, really. I think it was probably a mistake not to go for the Watchful Sentry. Susan, is that Nasus? Yes, Susan is backwards. Yeah, like Nasus is awesome, man. Like, but imagine Aura existed in this deck, it would be so much less engaging and fun, right? Because there would just be the demon in the back of your mind saying, "Play the Aurora," and everyone in chat would go, "Why aren't you playing Aurora?" And they would be correct. To be fair, they really would. So I think we just have to play the Nasus at base here. Scuttle Crab onto the Broker seems a bit too good not to go for, to be honest. Repeated Bellows Breath is not bad. We do need to be careful about Cull the Weak, but we can hide Hourglass. If we go Nasus, yeah, we can't really take that out, right? And like, surely we want to trigger our Nasus effect. But then if we put the Scuttle Crab here, yeah, I think it's fine. We can like hide the Hourglass. I think it's all good. Let's do that. Actually comes back to, we should have played the Watchful Sentry last turn. It was a big error. I definitely don't want Find Your Center. I think it would be probably a bit silly to not keep the Scuttle Crab. I don't know. Do I need it though? I really don't have many bodies. I think it's fine. Do I even like hiding this with the Watchful Sentry there still? Maybe I want the Sentry there. I think that's better, right? Ah, but then... It's very telegraphed. I don't know that I love it. I mean, I do have a Defy as well, so... I kind of want the draw. I'm not sure I should have left the Scuttle Crab on top. Okay, there's only one Call of the Week, which is the important thing. The question for us is, do we even Defy it, or do we just let it eat the Hourglass? You would imagine the answer is yes, we Defy it. Very questionable leaving the Scuttle Crab on top when I'm just digging for Watcher so, like, aggressively, really. Forerunner's probably pretty good against us, you have to imagine. Quite weak to Bella's Breath Watcher. Don't love the position. I think this was a mistake, right? Like, imagine this was just a flipping Watcher instead, but we'll see. Goes to base? Really? Oh! Big guy. Okay. It's interesting. I feel like we get better value from it doing it shortly, right? We just go Nasus, Conquer for sure first, see what's on top of Candlelit. There's no reason not to. Heron. Very sad thing about the Heron is I cannot trigger it immediately. But I could play it to the Candlelit, for example, to get the trigger on the next turn. You do need to be really careful about the Hourglass as well, to be honest. The Call of the Week. So we want to hold Defy open. So if I go Scuttle Crab, I would ready to think it's fine because we can Defy. Now, interesting decision. Very interesting decision. I could repeat a Bellows Breath here. It's quite good, right? It is quite good. I could maybe take a Discipline first so I pay no power costs as well. I think I like it. It's like 1 damage on the Forerunner, basically. Kind of forgot that I was wanting to Defy. LOL. It was a bit too good to say no to, though, wasn't it? I will say we get pretty cooked by the Call of the Week because of my Hourglass. I could maybe like pull the Heron back or so. This guy is cooking me so much. They really go Hidden Blade it. Okay, surely on their own guy. Because now they're just feeding my Hourglass. So I think we get away with murder there. We still draw 2, right? As they really choked. Respectfully, that was a big misplay on their part. Maybe I still lose the game. Probably not, right? But yeah. I definitely got away with murder a little bit there. The Bellows Breath was just so tempting because they're holding the Under Titan in hand, right? The Scuttle Crab info is so good. The problem is that the Call the Week play is what they needed to do first there, and then conquer the, I guess. Inferna. And cleave. It's fine, we just take out the Forerunner still. It's gone about as well as it could have this turn, I think. As long as the second card is not another Call of the Week. Even if it is, I think we're okay, but a second Call of the Week would definitely be very strong here. Okay, dokie. So, we are for sure slamming Watcher Bellows Breath, right? We can't get rid of the last little guys. That's going to be the issue here. We kind of have to accelerate the Watcher as well. You wouldn't think we care for any of this, right? I mean, retreat is actually not bad because I can retreat my Watcher. Which might be needed. How much will I need likely to retreat my Watcher? I'm definitely not keeping the Steel Paws, but retreating Watcher is probably quite a lot of value. To safety first, keep the retreat on top. Heron is here. So we're repeating the Bellows Breath, right? We're going to go like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're going to repeat it. So we just pay full cost for the Watcher. Pay 8. Ready 2 with Nasus. Conquer. Do we want to Treasure Hoard? Probably not. Seems a little bit unnecessary. I think this battlefield's kind of bad. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Deflect, of course, which I would never forget about. I totally forgot about it. Steel Paws. Steel Paws. Hourglass here, I think. Pass. That's pretty scary. Not gonna lie to you. We know retreat's on top, right? I missequenced. So I do that, draw. Then I defy like this, right? Because then I can retreat. That's very nice of them. I also could have flipped the hourglass, right? Nice. Deck is pretty. We're gonna play one more. We're gonna play one more. Have some food. Happy days. I love streaming, man. It's so much fun. I have hardly streamed recently because I've transitioned to physical card games, and I wasn't vibing with like low quality opponent queue. This is a good workaround. Hopefully it's all allowed. I think it's fine. The only thing I care about is having a way of queuing against people that is like representative of like what you would expect to see at a local game store. The problem with like the normal queue is there's too many matches, which is just a waste of time for myself and for, most importantly, the viewers. And I want to respect your... Oh, state of play reaction. Oh, wait, that came out 18 minutes ago. Oh, my goodness. No, you didn't miss it. I just totally forgot about it. Nasus mirror. Hold the flipping front door, mate. Sigil of the Storm. It's so risky. I think I rate it. Ooh, what a hand. Probably drop the Defy though. Oh! Oh my god! Are you flipping kidding me right now? This hand's so broken. This is annoying. I feel like it's so risky in Nasus. Ravenbloom student? What? What the flip? So, I mean, they're going to go to Treasure Hoard. I definitely don't want to go there. So we just go Scuttle Crab, draw, retreat. What we could have done instead is we could have gone Steel Paws, retreat, Steel Paws. But, yeah. I hate the Treasure Hoard, bro. I want to find something better. I hate giving my opponents value. You know? Hate it. Retreat's a good card. We for sure want to end the turn with the Steel Paws on the board. I've not played a mirror before, I think. Maybe I have. I don't remember it though. Broken. They got the early lead in terms of points. Oh! You know what? I have played a mirror before. And I played against a Sprite Queen, Sprite Burst combo. And it was not a good matchup for us. Really? Okay. Double Sprite Queen. Crazy. I would say it doesn't look like a good matchup for us because they're more tempo focused. This is so bad for them. Like, oh my god. Do you know what I mean about this battlefield? It's like an absolute disaster for them, no? I think I like the Watchful Sentry more, actually. I mean, I could also just play this, whatever. I think it's fine. There's also a spot where Charm would be good. Okay, they play the Heron, fair play. It's a good card. It's a very good card. I think you're in a spot of danger here, if I'm honest. Gabello's Breath would farm them so hard here. This Sprite Queen is going to be a big problem. She's just going to continue to take away. Got no backline removal, no Charm. Gabello's Breath, Watcher doesn't do it. Where's the bellows breath, eh? Are we going to reduce the cost of premonition, maybe? Probably. We could also do that in our opponent's turn, though. So do we ever go like Scuttle Crab first, for example, and then reduce the double power cost of Watcher? I think that might be better, actually. I think that's fine. Do we want to Treasure Hoard? Probably not. We could hide at both. Leave everything else at base. I don't hate the sound of Find Your Center. We should go for it, right? Because of... I don't know. I love this deck. It's so fun. Some fun decks. Nasus! I love Nasus. Scuttle Crab. Sure. You can see my hand. Oh yeah, they get to see hidden cards. Oh. I don't care if they ever ask what was hidden there. I would tell them, but it's confusing. What a top deck! Oh my god! What a flipping top deck! Wow, that's crazy value. Is it even that good though? So I mean, we for sure do that. And also do this. I don't know what I have in hand. Did they play any spells? They can literally see this is in my hand though. Okay, they have a Defy, sure. Sure, but that deramps them. And they also have to... what do we go for? Do we go for the student or the sprite? I guess the student is fine. I think it doesn't make a difference. This card is their only hope, right? It's Giga carrying. Double Heron effect, pay 0. Discipline. Did I score this other one? It's like... What's the punish here? I don't know. I think we're chilling. Premonition too good, I guess. I felt like they played it very... This battlefield... This is my problem with this battlefield, right? Like... It caused them more harm than it did good, I think. We definitely hit a better opening with all the retreats, to be fair. No doubt about that. But I think it's fine for us, right? I want the draw. I love the Watchful Sentry. It's so good. Great card. I mean, it's just funny, isn't it? It's not even good. It's literally not even good. I'm going to do it anyway. Pay... How much? I mean, we should just play the Nasus, to be honest. Wait. It costs me 4. Okay, we bring the Sprite Queens in. I think Sprite Queen's crazy good in this matchup. It's not so fast any good. Probably not, right? It's like Defy does everything. What do we take out? I think Consult the Paws is good. Could take out the Consult the Past. Yeah, sure. It can be Defied, I guess. It's kind of good, though. This game shows you exactly why we don't play the battlefield they played. It's so risky. Sadly, probably dropping both bellows. The other cards are just way too good to ever cut. It's a good hand, I would say. 2 ramps. We follow the same logic. Like, we could have played Steel Paws, scored a cheap point early, but I don't think the cheap points are how you win this one. I think the Retreat's just a more flexible card and we can fit it into a curve more cleanly later on, whereas like Find Your Center being a 3 cost is a little bit more rigid. Also, it draws us a card, right? So we have extra options earlier. I have a dead leg. What is happening, man? Are you just thinking really hard, or... Bing. Bam. Pass. It's like, you can bellows breath me if you want. I don't really mind. Sprite Queen's obviously good, but I mean, you have to ask the question, is it ever better to just slam the Steel Paws? Like, Sprite Queen doesn't really do much here. I mean, do we care about Targon's Peak? That's the other thing, right? Like, maybe we just go for the Sprite Queen. Take the lair. It's probably fine. Weird matchup, let's be honest. Charm would be good in the mirror for Charm on the Sprite Queen. Who knows Disciplined Uncle, let's be honest. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's definitely like good enough to make day 2. There's no doubt about that. It's very, very difficult though at this stage to know. I just haven't played it enough. I played it quite a lot, but like I haven't played it like at a high level a lot. Today's like the first day of like proper scrutinous testing. Like, I think it's got a bad Aurora matchup, to be honest. I think that's an issue for the deck. Maybe it's not that bad. My gut feeling is it's definitely not going to be a great matchup. That's a problem for it. I have a feeling that Aurelia is probably quite tricky as well. You know? We're just going trades? I mean, do I care at all? No. Stupefy I think is really bad in this deck, but I guess if you're playing Student, it's okay. We got rid of the Consult the Past and it's looking a bit sketch, if I'm honest. It's quite tempting to try and take this out. The Heron looks good, but I don't actually think it achieves a whole bunch. Really. Seems good. Why not, right? It's like, do we want to score? Could also score with this guy. Just let it die. It's kind of fine, right? Stacking the draw. I did also drop the Consult the Past. Yeah, this is probably trolling. Should have sent the Sprite Queen in. I was like, yeah, it doesn't really make him do anything, but just lose this for no reason now. You have to like look back at the sideboard decision to take out the Consult the Past and wonder. It's kind of like a little bit as you'd expect though, like Miss Premonition and really, really struggle. The hand's really bad. That's the issue, right? Like I've just got nothing. No draw, no cycle. Watcher doesn't exist and it can't hurt them, I guess, is the line here. Which is maybe a reasonable line. We don't actually have to break the hold this turn, right? But the lair is a concern. They haven't got many cards in hand. Back off is a problem. It's probably Hourglass. We have to basically just decide, like, do we want the Heron reduction? If I go Heron here, I could Nasus at base, for example. So I go like Heron here, Nasus. So it would be Heron, go down to 4, ready 2. I could go like Heron, Nasus. I'm probably supposed to. It's a risky play. They might have some stuff, but probably not. Just send the sprite in to defend a bit. You have to imagine we're not able to win from here, but all it takes is a Watcher to change things. Probably not. Probably not. We just have no draw. You can see why I'm main decking one Consult the Pass, right? Because like the Consult the Pass is going to help you draw the Premonition, etc. So just go for the Giga Hold. Pretty reasonable play, considering. So I have like one draw off the Scuttle Crab. What do we think it is? So you got 15. This is obviously gone. You would imagine we're just dead here. They might not actually have that much. So they got 9, 16, 24. We should probably bank on drawing Watcher off the Scuttle Crab. The question is then, are we supposed to just go for the Scuttle Crab? I think Watcher's our only way out, right? We have 14, 17. Sprite Queen puts us to 19. Wait, 14, 17, 20. So I have 20. They have 19, 16. I have to draw Watcher. Simply put. Yeah, we don't have it. I still kind of want to see what the hidden card is. Clockwork Keeper would have been better here, but it would have been too late anyway. Vilemore! Bro, this card might cook us heavy. I don't have it. I don't even think it's very good though, but it's an interesting one. You have to reveal hiddens in case they hide something that's not a hidden. Think we're cooked, not gonna lie. Don't think we're suited to the mirror. I think their build is quite wonky though. I wouldn't play it personally. The trap with like a match like this is you look and you're like, oh, their deck's better than mine. But the reality is that their deck is better in the mirror, probably. We even felt that in game one, right? We felt pretty confident that we were unfavored. But just because the deck is better in the mirror doesn't mean it's a better deck. I'm not saying mine is like perfect either, right? There's definitely some interesting stuff to consider. Like Vilmor is a very interesting card that I'm not playing. So we got rid of the... I wonder if we ever go down to 2 defies. We didn't really see that much I want to defy, if I'm honest, right? I think it's fine. Why didn't we play it this one? Yeah. We get to go first. Whoa, that's not good for us. Probably have to mulligan the Steel Paws. Like, I want to keep a Heron and find ramp. Okay, interesting. So we get to be the aggressor now, which hasn't happened yet. This is the first time. However, it's also the first time that we have missed the ramp. Unless, retreat! Stupefy is not very good, I think. We are the aggressors. Not sure it makes too much sense to play anything here. I mean, I guess you could make an argument to say it makes sense to move this back to base. Sprite Queen, we welcome. Quite a healthy lead for us. Lol. It's not looking too bad, is it? It ain't looking too bad. Heron? Next card is reduced in cost. I mean, I guess. Can't be bad, can it really? We certainly want to hide the hourglass. And we don't want to deramp much more. I think I can call it a day there, right? Do we ever want to play like a Watchful Sentry down, for example? I don't think it provides us too much value. And it's actually nice to be able to not be forced to go for the hourglass for the cost reduction, right? But they're most likely just going to go into the Scuttle Crab here to get the reduction on the Heron. We're obviously in a really good spot. And hopefully we can just close it out. GG, end of stream, and another win. That would be nice. That would be very nice. I need to go to the shop and get some food in and do some cooking. I'll make some Mexican food, I think. The Watcher! Who watches the flipping Watcher? So we have a 1. No heron cost reduction, by the way. And a 4. Draw. Next card is reduced in costs by 2. Discipline. Draw. It's their focus. It's only a trade. It's actually really interesting if we're even supposed to defy this. It is only a trade. And they might have Stupefy still, but then this guy survives, which doesn't really do anything for us. But, I mean, probably we just defy it, right? Whatever. If they don't have Stupefy, it's our game. Bellows Breath? What the flip? Still a trade. You want to retreat the Scuttle Crab now? Probably, right? Do I actually? I kind of want the point. Eight drops, yeah. I got 12. There you go. Deck building wins the game. Yep. Woo! Deck building game. We win in the deck builder. Ugh. Great feeling to win the mirror. I gotta say, the mirror felt pretty toxic. The mirror felt pretty toxic, guys. Is Spessy winning through luck again? Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm winning through deck building. All right, so we are going to be ending the stream there in just a moment, guys. If anybody wants coaching, hit me up. Before I end the stream, I do need to post my Nasus guide. And one thing that I have a bad habit of doing is needing to record a deck guide, but not being quite in the frame of mind to film. So I'm going to film the guide right now on stream for you guys. So if you guys want an in-depth guide for Nasus, I'm literally going to film the guide now on stream for you guys. And then it's also going to be part of a video. Why not? So how do we go about doing it? I haven't done one of these in a flipping while, mate, I'll be honest. I just do it how I flip and build the deck, right? It's like, bing. Bing, bing. We're going to go F11. Are we going to like zoom in on each card somewhat? That might be a big brain move, right? Right. Bear with me, guys. We're going to go in depth, but I kind of need to set up like some kind of like, what's a good way of, oh my goodness, this is so old. Look, it's like so old. I haven't done, what the flip is that deck? Okay, funny story about this deck list, guys. I got roasted on my YouTube comments for how many 2-drops I had. How many 2-drops do I even have? This is a set 1 deck. I got roasted for playing too many 2-drops. It's like 3, 6, 9. It's 11 2-drops. It's not even that many, guys. I'm playing 12 now. It's not even that many. And let's be fair, the 2-drop selection's pretty good. Traveling Merchant, Triple Tide Turner. Could be worse. It's probably a little bit too many, I'm not going to lie to you, but... So let's do this. Oh, my hair is an absolute disaster, isn't it? It's so bad. Let's remove this. We go display capture. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what we want. That's the good stuff. Should we look at my Annie deck from set 1? Oh, let's look at this. That looks pretty good, guys. Triple Tide Turner, Triple Noxus Hopeful, Triple Nocturne, Arena's Greatest, Candlelit. Oh, I really do this, guys. I was playing Nocturne in Annie set 1. Don't at me. I would sideboard it out after the Candlelit. Don't at me. I don't give a damn. Pepsi bottle, a Coca-Cola glass. Nocturne's so broken, man. What a card. I wish I could be a Kennen player so I could enjoy my Nocturne again, but it's too mainstream now, you know? I just can't be that guy that's playing the deck everybody else is playing. It's boring. Where's the fun in that? I want people to be surprised when I hit them with a Nocturne, not, oh, there it is. And let's stand up for it. Because we need that kind of energy. No fight or flight. Yeah, let's not talk about it. It's banned. Don't you know that? If there's no fight or flight, that's definitely a bit. No flash in Annie. Yeah, probably fair. I will say, I hardly tested it. The main way I tested it was on the kitchen table against my girlfriend. Who is a very good player for what it's worth. I mean, she doesn't play much RIFTBOUND, but she's a very good card gamer. All right. So I need a button on my keyboard that pauses the recording. How do I do that? Hotkeys. Pause recording is going to be a spacebar. Apply. And I kind of want to look at the Nasus when I'm looking over there, but alas. Okay, so Nasus is actually really good. Like, you look at this legend, you look at the package, you're not that impressed by it. But let me tell you, this deck is absolutely cooking. You're going to be seeing some competitive gameplay, best of 3 against some pretty good players in today's video. But first, let's talk about why the deck looks the way it does. Now, if you want coaching, you can send me a message by email or book a session on Metafy. I'm offering best of coaching in particular. If you're chasing something a little bit unorthodox, I would love to help you out. And thank you to Card Market. It's the biggest online marketplace for trading card games in Europe, and they sponsor this channel. So why is Nasus so good? Well, actually, as it turns out, the legend ability is pretty good. You know, a natural comparison is going to be, you're going to compare it to Annie, and you're going to say, well, that's not very good. Well, let's be fair. Any legend ability compared to Annie is probably not going to be stacking up very well because Annie's kind of broken. But with this deck, we sort of turn ourselves into an Annie deck with some of the synergies. There's also just a lot of really powerful things you can do with this, right? You can play Watcher and then Bellows Breath, and that wins you a lot of games. So as it turns out, the legend ability is actually a lot better than it looks. I've grown to really appreciate it. All right, there we go. That's step one. Okay, but the legend is pretty good. What about the chosen champions? Well, this thing is absolutely unplayable. Never put this in your deck. It's terrible. And an 8 cost 1 power chosen champion sounds horrendous. Let me tell you, this card is absolutely brilliant. And there's a few reasons for that. And actually, it's a lot deeper than you might think. First and foremost, obviously there's synergy with the legend ability. It's got deflect too as well, so it's difficult to deal with. That empower cost is a lot though, right? Worth bearing in mind, empower costs also trigger your legend. The beauty of this card though is not actually paying the empower cost. It's the threat of it. Now, my favorite battlefield that I used when I won my best of Teemo was Power Nexus. And again, Power Nexus, it's that pay for to score an extra point. It's not the actual act of triggering the Power Nexus that makes me like it so much. It's the threat of it. Because suddenly, if I'm at 5 points and I have a Nasus Ascended at the base, right? My opponent has to be extremely respectful of me empowering my Nasus and just winning the game, right? Usually if I'm at 5 points, they can chill in their base, they can not commit. But instead, just the presence of this Nasus at the base, when I'm at 5 points, totally changes the picture for how my opponent has to play the game. And that's without me spending any resources on the empower cost. I think it's like really easy to underestimate how good that is. And Deflect 2 actually, as it turns out, is extremely strong. Okay, good start. What's the signature spell called? Siphon? Or like strike or something? Hello, Piltover Archive. Don't break on me now, buddy. Piltover Archive. Unable to connect to card database. Guys, I'm trying to film a video. What the flip? What the flip, guys? Okay, it's working again. It's called like strike, right? Siphon strike. It's bugged. Oh, siphoning strike. So, that doesn't work. Okay. So the final piece of the package for Nasus is the signature spell. We're not playing it. It's actually fine. A lot of people, you might want to try it as a one-off. I did test it. There's just better options because this deck is a very combo-heavy deck that relies on a lot of synergies and consistency. And this doesn't really do anything to accelerate the win condition of your deck. A reason it is interesting is because it ramps. And ramp is something we're going to be covering next, and we want to play as much ramp as possible. This is the only ramp card we have access to we don't play. The reason is it doesn't really help you get to the key thresholds in the early game. Let's say I go first, right? I can play this on turn 2 to try and get to 7 a turn quicker, right? Because on my third turn I'll be at 6, so if I can get 1 ramp, okay, cool, I get to 7. Well, the only way you could do that is if you target your own unit, or maybe your opponent play like a Sprite Call on their opening turn, right? And you somehow deal 4 damage to that to ramp 1. Not very good, because most of the time they're going to play a unit, it's going to be at base, you can't use Siphoning Strike there. Similarly, if you go second, you also want to ramp by your second turn pretty much. If I go second, I play a unit at base, maybe you can like use this on your opponent's 2-drop. It's just not very good, right? You get the gist. It's pretty pants. I kind of butchered that. Guys, I kind of butchered that. Why is it so bad going second? Because I'm at 3, then I go to 5. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. It's pretty pants. You get the gist of it. Okay, so what ramp do we have access to? I hear you cry. Well, Find Your Center, obviously, is a very good card. And of course, we're going to play 3 copies of it. That was, I kind of butchered it. No! I'm going to have to start again. I don't want to edit. I don't want to edit this. I just want it in one take. GG easy. All right, we'll start again. Sorry, guys. You can leave. I'm just doing the in-depth guide. Embarrassing myself. Nasus is without doubt the most underrated legend from the latest set. It's really strong. The deck's extremely competitive. I think it's going to be having some really strong results. I will be honest, the Aurora matchup, maybe the Aurelia matchup are a little bit scary. But other than that, it's got a really impressive set of matchup spreads. And the deck's just really good. It's a lot of fun. Definitely recommend you check it out. Thank you to Card Market for sponsoring. And if you guys do want coaching, you can check the link in the description below to my Metafy page. Send me an email. Particularly interested in people that are chasing unorthodox best ofs. I think I can really help you get the right deck for those tournaments. So why is Nasus actually so good? Well, the legend ability is a lot better than might it first appear, right? You compare it to Annie, doesn't seem that good. Let's be fair, guys. Any legend compared to Annie is probably not going to look that great. But with some of the synergies in this deck, some of the combos, it's just really strong. And actually, one of the cards in our deck is going to sort of turn our deck into a Nasus and Annie deck, where we get to get extra resources every single turn on both our own turn and our opponent's turn. So Nasus, as it turns out, is just really good. Also, like Watcher plus Bellows Breath is just a really, really natural combo in this deck. Now for the Chosen Champion, we are absolutely not playing this guy. This guy is so bad, it hurts my heart. Terrible card, don't go near it. And to be honest with you, a lot of us thought Nasus Ascended sucked too when this card got revealed. As it turns out, it's brilliant. It's an extremely good Chosen Champion, which is weird, because it costs 8 and a power, which is usually such a red flag for such a champion. And the Empower cost is unbelievably expensive. The thing about Nasus is, obviously the Deflect 2, actually very good, comes up a lot, especially because we're playing a lot of counter spells in this deck. People get very heavily punished for trying to target it. But the Empower cost is a lot better than meets the eye. There's some games you're going to empower it and win the game. The real value, though, comes from the threat of empowering this card and not actually doing it. If I'm at 5 points and I have a Nasus Ascended at the base, imagine you're playing against me, you see that Nasus Ascended at base, and I'm on 5 points. Suddenly, you have to be a lot more scared about the potential of me winning in the next turn. And rather than you just sitting back in your base, being all comfortable, you're going to have to take some risky holds, and then bam, I'm going to hit you with a 1,000-tailed Watcher. Not even empower my Nasus, but the card gets a lot of value from the threat of empowering it without actually having to invest those massive 8 resources. It just proves to be a really good card in this deck. Okay. We'll talk about Siphoning Strike. Now, the signature spell is fine, but it isn't good enough to make the cut. This is a deck which is a very combo-heavy deck. It's all about consistently pulling off your game plan, and there's a lot of combo cards that work well together. And we do want ramp, as much ramp as possible, and Siphoning Strike is the only ramp card we are not playing. Why is that? Well, it's actually very difficult to ramp with this card when it matters. So let's imagine I'm going first, I play a 2-drop, I'm going to 4 runes, and I want to ramp this turn because that means instead of being on 6 runes on my 3rd turn, I'm going to be on 7, and I can play some of my 7 cost units and trigger my Nasus Legend. Really important, right? Well, my opponent's just got a 3-drop at their base. I can't use Siphoning Strike. Similarly, going second, okay, on my 2nd turn, I'm going to be at 5 runes. Maybe this can help me get to 8 runes, right? It's like, okay, but it's not really good enough to play, right? There's just better options out there, and it's not the most impressive card. Okay. So far, so good. I'm not looking at chat. Guys, you better not be bullying me right now. So what are the ramp cards? I hear you cry. Well, find your center. 3 copies of this, of course. It's just a very good card. And ramping is the name of the game. But oh my goodness, Retreat is the best ramp card in Riftbound. This card's so good. It's absolutely incredible. Now, you are speaking to a man that played 3 copies of Retreat main deck in my last regional qualifier in my Teemo deck. The card's just really good. A lot of the time you play it to protect units, right? But in this deck, we're using it specifically to ramp. But the card is still a very strong card in the late game. In particular, picking up your Thousand-Tailed Watcher, replaying it, it's just good. But paying 1 to ramp is really good, particularly with a lot of the 2-drops that we're going to be playing. By playing a lot of 2-drops, even a 1-drop, there is a lot of synergy with Retreat. It gives us a lot of opportunities to ramp in the early game and also rewards us for playing 2-drops and having a real curve, right? We're not an Aurora deck. We're a ramp deck without Aurora, thank goodness. And therefore, we're going to be wanting to play some early curve cards. And Retreat just fits so nicely with that idea. Did I actually add the Retreat to the deck? I don't think I did. Yeah. So Scuttle Crab is the perfect Retreat target. I mean, what more could you ask for? You play the Scuttle Crab, you draw a card. You retreat it back into your hand. You replay it, you draw a card. So you're just ramping without losing any sort of cards in hand. Obviously, you guys know how good Scuttle Crab is anyway, but it's got so much synergy with Retreat. It's absolutely wonderful. But now I give you what might just be the MVP of the deck. There's a lot of competition. It's Steel Paws. This card's phenomenal. It's got a similar sort of impact that the threat of the Empower has on the Nasus, because your opponent has to respect this Empower ability, particularly because it's going to trigger your Nasus Legend, right? So just a Steel Paws at the base cost me 1 to play, but it's providing so much threat, right? I can just leave it there and it can just chill. Maybe it can conquer and I bounce it back and replay it for a really efficient retreat, right? Like Steel Paws for 1 rune, retreat for another rune. On your very first turn, you've just ramped for 2, right? Which is unheard of in blue. And then if you're going second, you can go Steel Paws, retreat, Steel Paws again. I mean, what more could you ask for? But like the thing is the card is just absolutely brilliant. It's got deflect, that empower cost comes up extremely often. It's an absolute must. An absolute must as a 3-of. The Steel Paws, Scuttle Crab, retreat combo is really what makes the deck so powerful and have a real competitive edge. Bam! All right, where do we go next? We've got the ramp. Let's just put the Watcher in, right? Let's just put the Watcher in. And the Bellows Breaths. Obviously, Watcher is a very good 7-cost card in this deck. How many copies of Watcher would you say we're going to play? I'll give you a second to predict. It's 3. Of course it's 3. It's the Thousand-Tailed Watcher, mate. We're playing 3 copies of this bad boy. And the synergy with the Watcher and the Bellows Breath is through the roof with this deck. You can be at 7 runes, non-accelerated Watcher, ready to with your Nasus, Bellows Breath, clear the board, win the game, GG. How many Bellows Breaths do you think we're playing, guys? That's right, we're playing 3. My cuts are kind of awkward, but whatever. I'm doing this. I need to it's fine. I don't really care that much. It's not that deep. Okay, so we've got the Watcher. Let's put the Heron in next, right? Nah, let's just put the Defies. So we're going to get onto more combo pieces and brilliant Nasus cards in a moment, but let's just make sure we're very clear. You already know we're playing 3 copies of Defy. I'm not crazy, guys. And it goes without saying, if I'm sharing a deck list with you, it's going to have 3 copies of Discipline in it as well, as long as I'm playing Calm, of course. Okay. Now we go Heron. Now, I've got a lot of cards I love in this deck, but the Astral Heron is really the card that makes this deck tick. Yes, a lot of the other combos are really powerful and they give you the consistency, but the Heron is kind of the centerpiece strategy which we're entirely building around. It's a 7 for 7 for no power cost. It triggers your Legend ability, so it's really costing you 5, right? But the Heron is just absolutely brilliant because you can trigger it not only on your own turn, but on your opponent's turn as well. This means like the turn you play it, if you can play it directly to a battlefield, like maybe you conquer with a Steel Paws or a Scuttle Crab, right? You're going to move your Heron in. It's going to be the first card you played this turn. Think Darius, right? Darius can be the second card you play this turn and it will ready. Well, the Heron is the same thing. If Heron is the first card you play this turn directly to a battlefield, you are going to trigger it. And then the next card you play is what costs 2 energy and 2 power less. A lot of people misread this card. It's not the first card you play each turn that gets the reduction. The first card you play triggers the Heron, and it's the second card that you play each turn which will get this cost reduction. So very often, what we're going to be able to do with this Heron is we're going to play it down. We're going to ready 2 runes with Nasus. We're going to play something for significantly cheaper, like you can repeat a Bellows Breath for 0, for example, with the Heron down. But then we're also going to trigger on our opponent's turn and play like Not So Fast for free, or Defy for free, or Discipline for free. It's just absolutely brilliant. And because a lot of our spells are at reaction speed, and we're also playing a lot of hidden cards with this, it's very difficult to disrupt and deny me getting that cost reduction on both my own turn, the turn I play it, and on my opponent's turn, the turn you play it. So you're almost like just getting this guy down for free because he just pays for everything else. And yeah, hidden cards are a really important part of the strategy with the Heron because the act of hiding a card is not playing a card. Playing a card is the act of playing it from hidden. So very often when you've got your Heron down, you're going to hide something, then in your opponent's turn, I can have 0 runes open, right? But I flip the hidden card, and then my next card, even with 0 runes, is going to cost 2 energy, 2 power less. So I could like Not So Fast for free, for example. Absolutely brilliant card. Of course, we're playing 3 copies. This deck is all about consistency and consistently pulling off your game plan. And these key pieces are absolutely crucial to that. Of course, we're playing 3 of this as well. Okay. Heron. Do we go hidden cards next? Hidden cards. Probably Hourglass. Or Premonition maybe next, right? I'll go Hourglass. Okay, so keep in mind the Heron. We talked about hidden cards. And just think about how good Zhonya's Hourglass is in this deck. Nasus, Thousand-Tailed Watcher, Heron. These are all of the big boy cards that we're playing. And Zhonya's Hourglass protects all of those. And moreover, it's a hidden card. So there's huge synergy there with the Heron. Now, you've got to be really careful with this thing. Probably the easiest mistake to make with this deck, and I've made it plenty of times, is letting your Scuttle Crab die, and then you have to trigger the Hourglass. You can't choose to miss this, right? I mean, yeah, maybe you could, but you would get judge called. So don't do that. Don't do that, right? And if you're playing against this deck, make sure you don't let your opponent do that. So you have to be really careful with the Hourglass. You can't play it proactively a lot of the time because you can end up getting really heavily punished. But as a hidden card, it's unbelievable. And again, I like the consistency of this deck. This card's just so good against those control builds, so good in the mirrors. It's so much value. It's a 3 of every single time. I like my 3 ofs, guys. Can you tell? And you know I said that you can play things for 2 energy, 2 power less? Well, hello Premonition. Draw 3. Pay 1 power, draw 3. How many copies of Premonition? 2 sounds like a lot. Let's be honest. 2 Premonitions sounds like a lot. We're playing 3. I don't know. What do we still need? Not So Fast. We play 2 copies of, right? The logic of playing 3 Premonition is if you see it in your mulligan, you're going to mulligan it away, right? You absolutely are. And when you get this Heron down, it's very easy with this deck to just run out of steam. Like we need some draw. The Premonition is our draw. The Heron is our engine. Again, there's a reason in this particular deck we're playing 3 copies of all of these crucial cards, because they all just synergize so cleanly together. And then you've got Defy and Discipline, which are just too good to say no to. This is all about consistently popping off, and I think playing any less than 3 Premonition is a big, big mistake. So we've actually only got 6 slots left in the main deck. Of course, we're going to sideboard as well. So this is where you get to the point where I think you've got a little bit more freedom in experimenting, right? But I'm playing 2 copies of Not So Fast in the main deck, and I'm even playing a 3rd copy on the sideboard. I mentioned Aurora is probably a pretty tricky matchup. Well, Not So Fast onto an Elder Dragon is one of the best ways you can win that matchup. But moreover, you know, Control Ezreal, Diana, all of these things are pretty problematic for this deck. With Star-Crossed, and 3 Defies just doesn't really cut it. And again, we play the Heron, which can reduce the cost of spells in our opponent's turn. You can play Not So Fast for literally 0. I think that's all you need to know of why I'm playing 2 copies of this in main and 1 inside. I started off with like 1 in main, 1 inside, and I very quickly put 2 in the main, and I have not looked back since. It's very often actually in this deck that I bring that 3rd copy in. We are playing a deck focused on big characters. We can lose to a single well-timed Star-Cross, and it does not feel good to just lose because you defy the Star-Cross and then they play Fizz and replay the Star-Cross and you just don't have enough counter spells, right? So I think 2 copies of Not So Fast is pretty much a no-brainer for this style of deck. So we've got 4 slots left. Currently, we only play Scuttle Crab as a 2-drop and the Steel Paws as a 1-drop. Did I fake news the guy? I think I fake news the guy before, right? He said, I said 12, I actually have 9. Oh, I fake newsed him so hard. Oh, that feels bad. With Retreat in the deck and 3 copies of it at that, it is our main ramp tool, right? It's really important actually to have access to more 2-drops, and I've tried a lot of them. The Octopus is a super awesome card in this deck where your opponent, instead of conquering, draws a card, you can sort of do the same, and actually that's good. We're like a late game deck, right? Denying our opponents from scoring is really good. The problem that I have with the Octopus, actually, is that our Aurora matchup is a bit dicey, and in that matchup, we need to be the aggressor, and Octopus is so detrimental in that one matchup, I decided to cut the Octopus. But it's a great card to have a lot of fun with, and I highly encourage you trying it out. The second card I tried as a 2-drop was the Clockwork Keeper, which I played for a long time. It's fine, right? It's worse in the start than the Octopus, but it's better in the late game, and it's definitely better against the Aurora decks. But to be honest with you, this card's kind of lame. I don't like paying a power cost to draw a card. Our deck is actually like really power hungry. You know, look at Premonition, you're hiding cards, you've got Watchers, you've got Bellows Breath. It really does deramp you very, very quickly, even with your cost reductions. So I just don't really like this card. And we found that there's actually better options available, at least in my view. My chat encouraged me to play the Lonely Poro. But the problem with the Lonely Poro is what you very often want to be doing with your 2-drops in this deck is moving them into a battlefield to then allow you to play the Heron to that battlefield. And then the Lonely Poro just wouldn't draw us a card. And besides, there's a much cuter 2-drop in these colors. I'm talking about, of course, the Watchful Sentry, the cutest 2-drop in Riftbound. He may never see home again, but because of him, that home still stands. That's deep, guys. And the Watchful Sentry impressed me so much in this deck, I went from 2 copies of it up to 3, because it's just something I can retreat. It's an expendable unit that I can sacrifice to things like Cull the Weak, right? And to score cheap points. It's just really good. It's good in the early game. It's good in the late game. It just does everything I want it to do. And it's so good that I decided to play 3 copies of it. You could definitely go down to 2. I think 8 2-drops is fine. Or at least, 8 1 and 2 drops. But I really like the card. I think it's really good. And I'm playing 3 copies of it. So there's 1 slot left in the deck, and this is for sure the most flexible one. I'm playing Consult the Past right now. I've been changing. I've always had in the back of my mind that I think Consult the Past is the right card for this deck, and that might surprise you when I'm already playing 3 Premonitions, but there are games where you don't draw Premonition, and you run out of cards very, very quickly. Added to that, Consult the Past, it's a hidden card. There's a lot of nice synergy with hidden cards in this deck. And the Consult the Past can help you draw the Premonition. The Premonition draws you the Consult the Past. It just works out really well. Interestingly, with this deck, there's some games where you don't hit very good openings and you actually just have a bunch of runes spare in the early game as well. And it's not unheard of that you'll just pay 4 to draw 2. That doesn't sound good. And let's be fair, that's not what you're looking to do. But I just keep coming back to this card. I do sideboard it out very, very often, but I think it's the right call. We'll definitely talk about some of the other cards that you might want to include in this deck, but let's look at the sideboard first that I'm playing and then show you some of the other cards that I think you should definitely give a try. So we've got Not So Fast, we've got Barbara, right? Well, we're playing 3 copies of Tomb Raider Barbara. This card is really very, very good as a gear removal. It's a 4 for 4. It doesn't deramp you. It's really good. You can bring it in against like the annoying discard Bewitching Spirit, Treasure Trove, Pack of Wonders nonsense stuff. You can, of course, bring it in against Aurora. It's just a solid 4 for 4. It contests the early boards as well, right? Which is something this deck doesn't really have. It just ticks all of the boxes. Like even if you're playing against like some hyper aggro deck that has no items, you might just want to bring it in. I've never done that, but it is something that you could definitely consider. A 4 for 4 with this effect. Obviously, we get up to 7 runes very, very quickly. I think it's just a no-brainer as your gear removal option. Bing, bing, bing. What else do we play? We play Sprite Mother. Sprite Queen. We are also playing 3 copies currently of the Sprite Queen on the sideboard. A lot of people in my comments have been saying I should really be checking this card out. And I wasn't sure that I loved it. Like, I really love the Heron. I like building around the Heron. I actually feel like we have about the right amount of top-end heavy cards with 3 Watcher, 3 Heron, and that 1 of Nasus, as well as, of course, those Steel Paws that you can empower. But the Sprite Queen really comes into her own in quite a few matchups against like the control decks, Victor, against Ezreal, even in mirror matchups, actually, she seems extremely good as well. So we've ended up putting 3 Sprite Queens on the sideboard, and she definitely does come in against those styles of decks. What else do we even play, mate? Guys, what's the last cards? Did Svalsonga feel bad in this deck? I literally never tried it. Sounds like a meme. What do we even play still? What am I forgetting? Huh? Charm, I don't think we play. Oh yeah, we play the Flipping Decrees, mate. Yeah. So we have 3 slots left on the sideboard. And what better way to round it off with what is probably the most broken card in the new set. You know what? It's not even might be the most broken card in the new set. The most broken card in the new set, Decree of Insight. This card is so unfair. And we're pretty weak against Aurora, right? And the good news is it's actually pretty good against Aurora. Like the Elder Dragons at 10 might are very difficult for us to deal with outside of like Watcher, Reduce It, right? And Accelerate. But Decree of Insight is really good. Now, 3 is a lot. I'll be honest, guys, 3's a lot. But this card's so broken. Like, imagine your opponent plays a Rengar, Bam! Decree of Insight, it's now 1 might. Unlucky, just because. So I'm playing 3 copies of this. A lot of people are going to gravitate towards playing 2 copies of this to begin with. But the card is so flipping broken. Honestly, I think I'm very happy having 3 copies on the sideboard. It's definitely possible as I continue to play the deck a little bit more that the sideboard will change a bit and I might reduce the amount of decrees down to like 2 copies, for example. But you really can't go wrong with 3 decrees of Insight, especially if you're already worried about Aurora. Yeah, it's just an absolutely unfair card. So we do the battlefields next, right? And then we do... Guess we should do the rune split. What's the rune split? I think we're like... I don't even remember what the rune split is. I think we play like 1 more blue than green, right? I'm pretty sure we play 1 more blue than green. This is such a good idea filming this off on stream, guys, because I've been so bad at doing deck guides recently. Make sure I don't accidentally leak my secret sauce. Yeah, 7 and 5. The rune split on this one is 5 calm runes, 7 mind runes. 6/6 would be fine, but Watcher, Bella's Breath, Premonition, yeah, just means that blue is a little bit more common. For the green ones, you've got like Defy, Not So Fast, and obviously you can use anything to hide it. So just be cautious of that. There's going to be some games where you need to hide with a blue. There's going to be some games you need to hide with a green. Just pay attention to what's in your hand. But 7 blue to 5 calm seems like the right split. Battlefields are going to be kind of weird to display. Battlefields are kind of weird to display, but Varmor's Lair is in the deck. It is very good at just being annoying and keeping your opponent's units trapped there, ready and primed for a Watcher. What else is the one that we like? Emperor's Dais is also extremely good with Scuttle Crab in particular, and also very nice with the Steel Paws so that you can conquer, replay it, score a point, get a Sand Soldier unit token without depleting your hand too heavily. Honestly, I'm not sold on which 3rd battlefield to play it. Currently, I'm playing Treasure Hoard, which is like fine, but please let me know in the comments if there's any battlefields you guys would heavily suggest to me. I've probably tested a lot of them. There's like some fine options. Nothing stands out. Do not suggest Rockfall Path. It's so bad with the Heron. What's this card called? It's called, what's the new 2-cost card called? So let's now talk about cards I'm not playing, which you might want to play. Temporal Breach is good with Rockfall Path, and it's a fine card. It's nice with Watcher. I don't like it because I don't like Rockfall Path. I think the main strategy for Temporal Breach is most likely going to be that you use it with your Rockfall Path. You sideboard it out in a lot of cases. It's definitely good with the Watcher, but Temporal Breach on Rockfall Path is really strong. I really hated the Rockfall Path, and as soon as I cut the Rockfall Path, I was less convinced that I wanted to even go near this card, and I have not missed it. It's a good card. It's a really good card. I think there's better decks for it, though. What else should we talk about, chat? What other cards are good in this deck? Emperor's Divide. Emperor's Divide is a card I was playing for a long time. It's a hidden card. You can do some cool things with like your Nasus, like pulling it back, scoring a point by surprise, keeping your unit safe. It's a really good card. Definitely could see it finding its way back into the deck at some point. I just haven't really found the need for it, and I haven't really missed it. So ended up removing it from the deck over time. And yeah, I'll probably give it another try at some point. I just think the other cards we have in the deck provide a little bit more consistency and pop-off potential. Back Off I really liked. Back off's really good. I will say I miss Back Off. Back Off was one of the best performing cards in the deck that's not currently in the deck. With the Heron, there's a lot of synergy because you can hide it, or you can just pay 1 energy with the Heron effect to stun and draw. It's a really good card, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, basically this was pretty much the last card to get cut. And in that slot, I play Consult the Past, I think, or one of Back Off would be very, very reasonable and probably going to put in a lot of work for you. I just went for the Consult the Past for the consistency overall, but Back Off is an extremely explosive and strong option. I would say that's about it. Maybe we go like Sprite Burst, Flurry of Feathers. Flurry of Feathers is really interesting in this deck because with that Heron reduction, it's going to cost you just 2 energy. Similarly, Wind Wall could be good if you're playing in a format where there's lots of runations and stuff. Don't find it to be particularly necessary though when we have like Zhonya's Hourglass to protect our units. Not so fast, Defy. I did have it on the sideboard for a long time, never brought it in when it really mattered. And I think in the matchups that it does matter, you're better off bringing in like the Sprite Queen, for example, to just try and be more aggressive with your point scoring. Because actually the Heron gets removed a lot of the time anyway. So yeah, definitely a good option, especially if you're playing in a local format where, local meta, where there's lots of runations and stuff like this. I think Sprite Burst could be really, really good in this deck. It doesn't trigger your Nasus, but it's a good way of like before you get into 7, controlling the board, scoring some points. If you want to build like a more aggressive shell of this deck, which I have seen some people do, you want to move away from the Heron, for example, I think Sprite Burst is really interesting. Route to go with this deck. Certainly, if I was to play like a Nasus mirror matchup and my opponent plays Sprite Burst, I feel like it would just win the mirror matchup. So if you're playing in a format, meta, where there's lots of Nasus gamers, well, maybe you want to bring Sprite Burst in because I think it's a really interesting option. I think that's about it. Maybe Singularity. Obviously, in this deck, expensive cards have a lot of potential. Singularity, there's that cost reduction with the Heron. Not too convinced by it, though, but it could be an interesting option. Have never tried it, but it did get suggested. And yeah, I mean, it's going to cost you 4 energy. Doesn't sound bad, that's for sure. It certainly does not sound bad. And realistically, like any unit that costs 7 or more is something you could consider playing in this one, like Tasty Feyfolk. Very solid card. I think the Sprite Queen proves to be a little bit better for those specific matchups where you want a little bit more like accelerate type effects. And the Sprite Queen's so good in the mirror matchup as well, just chilling at the base, being annoying, scoring points every turn. There's a few more like strong, expensive cards you could look at, like the White Flame Protector. Definitely a lot of Heron synergy. I saw Morgwa was playing this as a one-of, and I definitely don't hate the sound of it. Have never tried it myself, but it could be solid. A lot of decks I see are also running Vilemore, which again is not actually something I've ever tested, but I could definitely see a world where Vilemore makes it onto my sideboard for some specific matchups. I'm not the biggest fan of the card personally, I gotta say, but yeah, it could definitely pop off and cause a lot of surprise, especially as like a one-off, right? I think it's hard to go wrong. The last big card I want to give a shout out to is something we tested a little bit as Time Warp. Haven't really tested it enough, and I need to test the Aurora matchup a little bit more generally, but I could see a world where Time Warp wins you the game against Aurora. It's probably a little bit janky, but with a Heron down on the board, right, you could like open your turn with like a 1-drop, like the Steel Paws, and then you could pay 6 energy, 2 power with the Heron reduction to play Time Warp. Like I think at one point I paid 6, so it would be 8 energy, 2 power, but I'm pretty sure at one point I had double Heron down and I triggered a Time Warp for just 6 energy, no power. That was insane, obviously, but it's not the norm, it's fair to say. I think the last card to give a shout out to is Charm. Hard to go wrong. There's definitely some matchups where you're going to want this, like in Mirrors as a way of dealing with your opponent's Sprite Queen. Like some kind of like 6 might or more backline card is very difficult for you to get with Watcher, Bellows, Breathrat, and Charm can definitely come into its own there. Haven't really found the need for it enough to justify it, but it's definitely a card which in some meta games I would be playing 3 copies of. I'm just not sure that this is the one for it. And finally, I'm going to, of course, talk about Stupefy, because I already know someone's writing in the comments, where's your Stupefy, mate? Well, I don't need it. Like, we have Heron Reduction, there's better cards. It's fine. But yeah, that's the deck, guys. I think it's an extremely strong deck. Here is some competitive gameplay where I am going full try-hard mode, and hopefully you can see how the deck works, some of the plays, and maybe you also learn from a few of my mistakes. Thanks so much for watching. Give the video a like. Check out the coaching. Thanks to Card Market. See you later, alligator. That was a flipping long thing. Right, I gotta go because the shop is closing, guys. Yeah, bro is definitely making a YouTube video, which I should definitely do more on stream because I have stopped doing that recently, but it's kind of OP. Is there anybody streaming Riftbound? Is my girlfriend still streaming? Vanessa! Vanessa, are you still streaming? I guess she stopped streaming. I need to be quick because the shop closes in 20 minutes. I think she's not streaming. Oh, she is still streaming. Easy. Easy. Yeah, 2 herons, you can stack their abilities. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching. I'm going to raid my girlfriend, Vanessa. If you want to go say hello to her, please do so. Please, no pressure. Deck list is !deck. That's actually a thing you could do for me, guys. If you like the deck, please do give it an upvote on Piltover Archive. Thank you so much. See you probably.